radioactive. Oh, 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 radioactive, radioactive. And it's been a while since I could say that I wasn't addicted, and it's been a while since I could say I love myself as well. It's been a while since I've seen the way the candles light your face. It's been a while, but I can still remember just the way you taste and everything I can't remember. As messed up as it all may seem, I cannot blame this on my father. He did the best he could for me, yeah. I'm waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my rust. This is it, the apocalypse. Whoa, I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones to make my systems grow. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Welcome to the new age, to the new age. Oh, 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 I'm radioactive, radioactive. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, oh, I'm radioactive, radioactive. May God bless and keep you always. May your wishes all come true. May you always do for others and let others do for you. May you build a ladder to the stars, climb on every rung, and may you stay forever young. Forever young, forever young. May you stay forever young. May your hands always be busy. May your feet always be swift. May you build a strong foundation when the winds around you shift. May your heart always be joyful. May your song always be sung. And may you stay forever young.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now on Monday, and it's game week for a lot of people, and we're ready to go with week 0. In fact, if you go to nextroundlive.com, you'll see our television and football schedule for the week. We've all got them here on the set. We sent them out from our social media today. That means it's football season, and we're ready to go. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Taylor is on social media, rolling things on here at Next Round Live, ready to go, and I'm excited about the week. Looking ahead, it's a huge game for Nebraska and Northwestern. That is the marquee game, the only really one that's marquee in week 0. But there's so many storylines around that game. I'm also a little interested in seeing Vanderbilt and Hawaii, just because you don't expect Clark Lee and Vanderbilt to compete with the big boys of the SEC. But you would like to see the bottom end of the SEC be able to go to Hawaii and beat a gutted Hawaii program.
Well, I mean, this Vanderbilt team's almost a touchdown favorite. And, coming off a 2-win season last year, they were completely defeated in 2020, didn't win a game. I think they get the win here. I do.
Yep.
You think Vandy does or Hawaii does?
I think Vanderbilt gets the win. It's Timmy Chang's debut as Hawaii's head coach. Remember the Timmy Chang days?
I do, yes.
If you're not going to win at Hawaii and you're Vandy, you're probably staring at one win.
Texas A&M with Timmy Chang this year.
If he were the starting quarterback?
The quarterback?
Oh, my gosh. Challenger in the West.
They'd be legit, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Colt, who was the other guy?
Colt Brennan.
Colt Brennan, yeah.
Was Timmy Chang the one Apache always loved? Was that he was the first one to tell you about him?
Yep.
And whatever?
Told you about him 4 years ago.
I will tell you, those June Jones Hawaii teams were good. I mean, they were winning 8 or 9 games. They were very competitive. I mean, those teams would wipe Vanderbilt.
Got smoked by Georgia, and that wasn't it the
Sugar Bowl?
It was the Sugar Bowl played in Atlanta, though, right?
Yeah.
I think it had been displaced because of Hurricane Katrina or something.
Now, that was one of my most confident plays ever.
Oh,
because Hawaii had covered every game up until that game.
What was Georgia laying in that one? Do you remember?
Double digits, 15, 16, killed them.
Just destroyed them, yeah.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get that with Nebraska this week.
You think you get that with Nebraska? More on that game in a second. Locally, Jacksonville State and Alabama State start their season this week as well. So it's a great time to be excited about football. We got scrimmages to talk about from this weekend, the quarterback battle that continues to be interesting down at Auburn, some starters named, so a ton to get to. But as always, we love to start off talking about the games on the field. So let's go Nebraska Northwestern right here. Why do you think Nebraska is poised to come out blazing right here?
Well, I just think this offense is going to be different. With Casey Thompson leading the offense, they were so close last year. The only thing you worry about if you're a Nebraska fan is the pressure that is going to be on Scott Frost. Is the pressure too much for him? Because, if you lose this game, you're almost a 2-touchdown favorite. You lose this game to Northwestern, and then you're going into that Big Ten schedule.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be a long year.
No. You lose this game to Northwestern, you can start loading the boxes and backing the truck up. I don't think he can recover from that. This is everything on Scott Frost's shoulder here. And the fear you have, I think, and we talked about this the other day, is I don't know that anybody ever sees these Northwestern seasons coming. Like when Northwestern randomly pulls off one of those 9 or 10 win seasons, I don't think we see those coming in the preseason. And I think that's your fear if you're a Nebraska fan or Scott Frost or anybody with the Huskers, is that this is one of those Northwestern years that they are just randomly good. And you catch them right out of the chute and you've underestimated them, and it's a good team.
I mean, look, 9 returning starters on offense for Pat Fitzgerald, and we've said it before, up and down. You never know what you're going to get with Northwestern. But watching Mark Whipple's offense last year at Pittsburgh, now his first year as offensive coordinator at Nebraska, that was a good offense. Now, Kenny Pickett was a lot of that, Jordan Addison, but they averaged 42 points per game.
It was well designed, that offense. We'll see if he's able to do that. For Scott Frost, he's a guy who we talked about on Friday, who had bragged on his talk show, on his Nebraska radio talk show, about his linemen barfing 15 to 20 times at practice. As you would imagine, we even joked about, is that really good? Is that something you should be bragging about? He's had to back that up. He says now, I was exaggerating, and my training staff and weight staff will keep me abreast of everything going on in practice. but they're really not throwing up 15 to 20 times a practice.
It's only 5 to 10, right?
I mean, did anybody really believe that they were getting that many yak jobs?
No, I think we all knew it was hyperbole, but it made it sound like he has an out-of-shape offensive line group is what it made it sound like, and they're now being pushed a little bit.
Yeah, so he's had to back that up a little bit. So we got football this week, and there's some other games. You get to see some other teams that are of interest. You know, Alabama fans, you get to see UConn and Utah State. Utah State's Alabama's opener, 3 o'clock FS1. You'll get to catch that game. Wyoming and Illinois will be an interesting football game. I mean, there'll be no playoff implications here, but that'll be a good football game. You get that one at 3 o'clock on the Big Ten Network.
You know, last year it was Brett Bielema's debut against Scott Frost, and Illinois won that game. And now year 2 for Brett Bielema. They should be improved this year.
Yeah, I think that's a fun game to watch. And you get a chance also to sort of get a sneak peek of what Florida State will be on the ACC network as they take on Duquesne before they go and play LSU. We'll get into some of the news and notes from the weekend, a couple of big ones after LT tells us about the great folks at Odie's. I wasn't able to make it out there for bragging and boiling, right?
Yep.
Boiling and bragging.
Sometimes I go boiling and bragging. It's boiling and bragging, right?
Boiling and bragging.
Yes.
Boiling and bragging at Odie's. And but everybody was raving. They're like, why are you not here? This is a blast, and Rockstar on stage, and I think our friend Brittany Decker made it out from Friday.
She did come out and did a couple of songs with Rocky, and it was a really good crowd. We raised a lot of money, so special thanks to Children's Hospital, Critical Care Transport. I think it's the 9th year. It was the 14th year they have done it, the 9th year you and I have done it.
I did, and we have a new, I think we're going to introduce a new segment called the Lance Mine.
Oh,
Lance Mine,
Lance
okay.
blew something up?
Well, so Lillian Lalo, do you guys know who Lillian is?
CBS 42.
Yeah, CBS 42.
Okay.
She was the MC, and so her and I did the we were raising funds for Critical Care Transport, and we started, with $1,000, $500. So I was walking the crowd, and she was on stage, and I was like, we're 2 weeks away from, full slate of football. I was like, we've got outstanding weather tonight. And I was like, oh, I hope I didn't jinx that. And she was like, there's no way you jinxed it.
Sky fell within 10 minutes.
Yeah, it really did.
I mean, just bottom fell
I'm talking
out.
hurricane.
Well, it seems like it could be the Lillian landmine at that point. She's the one that said, no way you jinxed it.
Lillian mine?
Yeah.
Boy, and she got out quickly, didn't she?
She did, I mean, that CBS.
All right, so Odie's, our friends at Odie's,
Yeah.
great time out there.
No,
that
it
goes
was,
on
yeah.
all the time. Yeah.
Look, Odie's always a great place for lunch or dinner. Remember, Wednesday night, Brown will be out with us this Wednesday night. Will Haver celebrating his anniversary, so he will not be there. But go see that great staff, Will Haver and the fine folks there. Enjoy some of the great food, burgers, award-winning wings, delicious sandwiches, including my personal favorite, the Diablo sandwich. Remember, 8 o'clock Wednesday night, Odie's Team Trivia. Come see us. Birmingham Institution, Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village.
What did you and Britt do?
Oh, we did the same thing. She
Same
sent
two
me,
songs?
Yeah, she sent me a list of songs about 6 o'clock, and I was like, well, since I go on in 30 minutes, I don't think we're going to be able to do
What were
these.
they?
I was like strawberry wine.
She likes that country stuff.
Oh, actually, let me look.
Have we come up with a name for the group yet? You and Brittany?
I like Brit Rock.
Brit Rock is not bad, and you do no British rock.
You Were Meant for Me, Jewel.
Okay.
Put Your Records On, don't know what that is. Soak Up the Sun, Sheryl Crow. Waterfalls, I don't know if that's TLC.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
I Want You
interesting.
Back, I could be Jackson 5. Thinking Out Loud, Ed Sheeran, and I Will Always Love You.
I'd kind of like to hear her version of Waterfall.
Yeah.
I would too.
I don't know
Like,
if that's
don't go chasing waterfalls.
See, I don't
That'd
know
be
if
the
that-
one.
She was
I don't
going to
know
do
if
a
that's
full set with you,
Yeah.
wasn't
Oh, she said Journey, Faithfully, or Don't Stop
Okay.
Believing.
After the intermission, here's what I'm interested in doing.
Yeah.
Well, I just said no country because I'm going to tell you I don't know any country and I can't just learn it because I have to hear it first.
Isn't it just 3 chords in a beer?
You know,
That's all it is,
Four
right?
on Blondes is 3 chords.
We went from 2 segments with her to her now. She's doing a full concert.
2 segments. It was 2 hours.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Two
It
segments
was
of singing,
originally
though. Yeah.
2 segments.
Yeah. She was sporting that T-shirt, though, on social media, so I always love that. You can get yours at nextround.store, nextround.store. Now, listen, we're not going to play the commercial, but there is some concern if you're talking about jinxes and landmines. Last year, DJ Uyunglele was the face of Fanville, Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, I don't know who it is this year. I heard you guys talking about
you
Fanville.
don't?
I have no idea. I bet I could guess.
Well, but real quick, though. First off,
I feel pretty good about my guess.
I don't believe in jinxes to begin with. I don't
I
believe
do.
jinxes exist, but
Well, You've worked with this guy forever. How can you even say that?
I don't believe Jesus.
He's the origin.
I don't believe Jesus exists.
My picture's in the dictionary.
But they certainly can't exist after just 1 year. So people are suggesting, I haven't seen this.
Well, let him guess who it is.
But people are suggesting that DJ Uyangale was on Fansville and had a bad year, so there's a Fansville jinx. It's 1 year.
I mean, you're 0 for 1. The quarterback who has been in Fansville.
Well, we need more data than 1 year.
Well, yeah, Brown.
Yeah.
But there had to be a first Sports Illustrated cover. There had to be a first EA Sports cover.
But you guys correct me if I'm wrong. That was the biggest NIL deal of all of last year.
The most, I don't know if it's the biggest money-wise, but it's the one we saw the most.
Yeah.
So who's your guess?
Caleb Williams, USC.
That is incorrect.
That is incorrect.
Thank goodness.
A little closer to home.
Think closer to home.
Bryce Young.
It is Bryce Young. It
no
is
way.
Bryce Young. I mean, cash and checks. I mean, there's Bryce Young. He is the new sheriff in town in Fansville.
He's gonna look small next to the sheriff.
Yeah,
he really is the boss. We'll tower over him.
He might look small to the drug dealer from 90210 that you thought was Doug Flutie. Have you seen the commercial, though?
I have. We got it linked for you right there at nextroundlive.com. You can go check that out, nextroundlive.com.
Does he have any lines in it? Because did DJ say any lines? Do you remember him? Did he utter a line?
He did.
Okay.
And Bryce does too.
Can Bryce act?
Yeah.
He's a sharp kid.
I mean, he's got an NFL career ahead of him first, but then he can do a little acting later on.
You think Bryce might end up on the silver screen?
Or a little studio, whatever he wants to do.
What do you think this deal was? $500,000?
I have no idea. I can't guess. You guys deal in the NIL world more than I do. I don't know.
Well, I remember in 1996 meeting a kid on the set of LA Confidential. He'd just done a Skittles commercial, and he got $65,000 for a Skittles commercial, and he was an unknown.
He was a Heisman Trophy winner?
Yeah, so I would think this is at least $500,000.
I think Bryce Young will be making somewhere in the neighborhood of $2 million this year.
That sounds about right.
Yeah,
all together?
All together. Yeah. And I don't know if I haven't seen if he's in the Nissan Heisman House commercials. I mean, he just won the Heisman,
I bet he is.
I'd like to be if I were him.
I bet he's a better actor than Devontae.
I bet Devontae did not say a lot, did he? I would like to think he's probably making north of $1 million if he's got both Nissan and Dr. Pepper. Both those combined are north of $1 million. I think he's $2 million quarterback this year, Bryce Young.
Another deal that is pretty interesting. Our friends at Hooters has signed, I think it's 51 offensive linemen to NIL deals this year, including a handful: Bradley, Council, Harris, Irvin, and Jones, offensive linemen from Auburn, 51 offensive linemen. And there are some others in the SEC, a few from Texas A&M. As I look down this long list here, Missouri looks like the most of them, and then Vanderbilt. So Vandy, Missouri, Texas A&M, and Auburn joins Miami, USF, Georgia Tech, Oklahoma as some Hooters offensive linemen. I don't know what they get. I assume a lot of chicken wings and then some endorsement money there.
Those flesh-tone socks. Those flesh-tone pantyhose.
Yeah, if they reached out, I mean, if you were a random offensive lineman and they're like, hey, we're going to give you food for a year, a free meal every week for a year,
why not?
You would take it.
Yeah, I probably would.
So it's good publicity for Hooters just to throw it out there.
Yeah.
Why not at that point, right? Some serious news, though. We've got Florida, Utah officially sold out for the opener there. That's good for the Gators. I don't know how many Utah fans would travel. I haven't been with them as a visiting team before, especially since they've gotten this good. I would imagine a lot of Utah fans will make the trip because it's such a big game.
And it's such a unique atmosphere that they've never been to before. They've got a very sensitive fan base because I got on the wrong side of them one time.
The Utah fan, the Utes?
Yeah.
Well, they would be happy to know which side you're on now. You got them in the playoffs.
Yeah. I'm on the Ute side this year. I think they're going to be really good.
Now, that hasn't gotten back to them.
No, this is a pivotal game, and I'm really surprised it took this long to sell out Billy Napier's.
I mean, too.
It's a great fan base.
Yeah, it's a quality name coming in. Billy Napier's first game. You got to be excited about that.
I mean, if it was in town, I'd go to it, wouldn't you guys?
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, this is not Utah.
If they were playing in Brown's backyard, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I'd go to it.
This is not Utah Tech coming into town. This is Utah. This is the Utes. I'm with Lance. I'm surprised We're only announcing a sellout a week before the start.
I mean, you got your Field still there. Flip to Florida. Florida Field's it's a solid 90,000, right?
Yeah, I
it's
think
got to be
91, 92 is
Florida Field is.
I mean, you know how these sellouts work, though, Brown. If Utah sent some back,
which is probably what happened.
88,548. It is the 12th largest stadium in college football.
I mean, you're probably onto that, Jim. Utah probably got 5,000-6,000 tickets for this. They couldn't sell them all, so they sent them back, and these are just returns that have sold to the Florida fans that aren't season ticket holders.
We named a couple of more starting quarterbacks after Quinn Ewers got named on Friday as the Texas quarterback. UCF, Gus Malzahn names John Rice Plumlee, the former Ole Miss quarterback, as the starting quarterback down there. Reaction to that?
That's the most Gus Malzahn quarterback ever.
Yep.
I mean, John Rice Plumlee looks like he was engineered in a lab to be a Gus Malzahn quarterback.
You know, it's hard to believe that it was all the way back before the pandemic when Plumlee was the starting quarterback for Ole Miss, started 8 games in 2019. But he's such an athletic guy. But to me, major drop from what you had in Dylan Gabriel, who transfers to Oklahoma, and now what you've got in Plumlee.
Maybe his passing has improved. It just seems so one-dimensional to me.
Did.
Which is why I said he looked like he was engineered in a lab to be a Gus Malzahn quarterback. I mean, that's an inefficient passer who can kill you with legs is where Gus Malzahn has thrived. For whatever reason, that's like his wheelhouse, right? The inefficient passer that can kill you with his legs. And that's what you're getting with John Rice Plumlee.
Yeah, and back to Florida, Utah, Anthony Richardson. That's what we saw with Richardson last year. Everybody expects him to be, to take the next step and become an elite quarterback this year. If he comes out and he's a Cam Newton, I mean, that could be one of those games where Florida gets Utah early in the swamp.
Yeah, plenty of time to talk about that one. But Billy Napier said after the scrimmage this weekend in Gainesville that they are not going to shy away from Anthony Richardson using his legs as part of their offense. They want him to run when running is available.
Oh, I would too. Guy can fly.
Yeah, so that I don't know if the other coaching staff was trying to prevent him from running when he was on the field, but that is a really good sign if you're a Gator fan there. Other quarterback news, Texas Tech names former Oregon quarterback Tyler Shaw as the quarterback.
I think we go with Tyler Shuck.
Shuck, yeah.
Shuck, okay.
Shuck.
I'll go Tyler Shuck then.
Yeah.
It's been a while since he's been relevant on my sheet here.
It's a weird spelling, but I do remember that from the Oregon days, yeah.
But Shuck is a very athletic quarterback as well, and a guy that started games at Oregon. He should have success at Texas Tech. Joey McGuire's first year as head coach there. I don't know if there's a big expectation for the Red Raiders.
Well, there's not, but if you'll remember going back to my top 10 out-of-conference matchups that we did last week on Power List Wednesday, the Texas Tech-Houston game could go a long way in deciding if there is even a group of 5 team knocking on the door. That's a tough road game for Houston. And so Tyler Shuck is significant in those terms. I don't know that Texas Tech factors into anything else in the college football playoff world this year other than the fact that they could tag Houston with an early loss, which would knock them out of any contention for a playoff.
And then there's Matt Jones of Kentucky Sports Radio, who sent out this news over the weekend after our show on Friday, that everything running back at Kentucky, Chris Rodriguez, is expected to miss 3 or 4 games. They should make that announcement official at some point this week, according to Matt. This stems from the university, not an NCAA, not the football program, not Mark Stoops. The university suspending him 3 to 4 games for his DUI arrest, but also another situation that nobody is, has all the full details on what the university is saying. Another situation. We did see a lot of academic suspensions over the weekend around college football, so you don't know if that's what the other part of this is, but a DUI and other situation where the University of Kentucky is keeping him out 3 to 4 games. Matt says in his report that he sees that as good news. He thought it could have been the entire season.
Wow. I thought it would be a game when I initially heard this. 3 or 4. If Will Levis is going to be the quarterback that a lot of people believe he can be, he needs that balance. And Rodriguez is a guy that almost went 1,300 yards, over 6 yards a carry. He is one of the best running backs in college football, not only the SEC. He's that good. You wonder if you can pick and choose your games, because if it's 3.
I go the first 4.
If it is the first four, you miss Florida. But if you pick and choose, okay, I'll take Miami of Ohio, Youngstown State, Northern Illinois. Those are my three.
Yeah, I get the sense it is the first four, that it's going to be consecutive, and that's where you got to go if you're Kentucky. I mean, you can win 3 of those 4 without him. It makes the Florida game really, really tricky.
Yeah.
Without Chris Rodriguez at Florida.
That was Matt's big takeaway, is that he'll miss the Florida game.
Yeah, and I think, that could be the difference in a win and a loss for Kentucky. I mean, that's how critical he is. But you can beat Miami, Youngstown, and NIU without him. If you can get him back for that road trip to Oxford Saturday, October 1, you've dodged a bullet there. Matt seemed to indicate he knew what the other issue was, because he says he thought, if I remember right, Matt says he thought the school was going overboard on this suspension.
Yeah.
Of the
but he did say,
games.
I thought it was going to be more, so he was sort of happy.
That was seemed to be a little bit contradictory. I thought they would do more, but they're still overboard. I don't know, man. This is a weird deal, because we knew about the DUI, and you were fearful that would cost you the Miami game. Well, now he's out at Florida. And again, I don't know if you guys think I'm overstating this. Rodriguez could be the difference in a win and a loss at Florida.
Oh, absolutely. In any game they play,
you're probably right. Yeah, but I think they could survive Miami, Youngstown, and NIU without him. It's the Florida game that now becomes tricky for them.
All right, we'll do best and worst of the weekend coming up. But we do have a developing story in the NFL. I mean, it's not a huge trade, but the Raiders have traded local guy Nick Mullins to the Vikings today for a conditional 7th-round pick in the 2024 NFL Draft. So there is a chance that Mullins is leaving a crowded situation, because Jarrett Stidham played well again over the weekend, and going to Minnesota, where he could be Kirk Cousins' backup.
Yeah, I think Kellen Mond's going to be that guy, and I don't know if Mike Zimmer's going to carry 3 quarterbacks.
If you go by the only comment you heard from Zimmer last year on Kellen Mond, do you think Nick Mullins could beat Kellen Mond out?
Well, look, Nick Mullins is a guy that has started games before for the 49ers, local product, obviously. Watching Kellen Mond over the weekend, though, he looks better. He knows the system. I don't know. We'll see. I think Nick probably worst case hangs on as a practice squad guy.
I actually watched a lot of that because they were playing the Dolphins. So I did that NFL Plus pass to watch Miami play, because the word was Tyreek Hill was going to play and he was late scratch. They chose not to play him for whatever reason. Yeah, they played Tua, though. Tua without any of his good receivers. But
and Zimmer was fired. Kevin O'Connell's your new head coach.
Yeah. Mullins got he got pulled at the half. They started Chase Garbers in the second half, and I thought that was weird. I was like, that was your only other quarterback, because Stidham had started the game. Mullins played the second quarter, and then you go Chase Garbers, and I'm like, you don't have a quarterback left. Like, what if Garbers, God forsake, unfortunately gets hurt, right? I mean, God forbid he gets hurt. What are you going to do there? You're going to bring Mullins back in? Well, now they trade him. So I guess that made more sense. They didn't want to get him hurt, right?
Yeah, great point.
Yeah.
Great point. Hey, by the way, Kevin O'Connell's the new coach in Minnesota. I forgot Mike Zimmer got fired.
Yeah.
DC at Jackson State now Zimmer is? Is that what Kerry said?
Yeah. It seems like I know Dion added some NFL talent to that roster, but I had missed that over the season.
I know Zimmer loves football, boy. I think I'd take a year off.
An analyst, not even DC, an analyst, it says.
Yeah. So there you go. My bad on forgetting that Mike Zimmer had lost his job out there, which is probably good news to Kellen Mond. But that's where Nick Mullins is on his way, and that's the developing news today from our buddy Ian Rappaport there with the NFL Network. We roll on this morning. When we come back, best and worst of the weekend, the show's being brought to you in part by the great folks at Champions Boxing. Corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. Fitness and competition training using the fundamentals of boxing, helping you reach your fitness goals. Listen, we love the folks at Champions Boxing for a variety of reasons. One, great people who can help you get back into that fitness routine and not the same old gym. They've got, using the sport of boxing, a great routine worked out there to sort of inspire you again to get back in shape. Get more details or just stop by and check them out behind the Purple Onion right there in Pelham. Or you can call this number 205-358-8176, 358-8176, or check them out on Facebook or Instagram, Champions Boxing AL. It's for ages 7 and up. They've got 6 USA Boxing certified trainers there, classes for youngsters, for women, and for all ages right there to get in the gym and work. Not a fight club. You're not going to be punching other people, but you do a lot of work there that is different than just pushing weights around or on a treadmill. Check them out. It's our friends at Champions Boxing at the corner of Highway 119 and Highway 31 behind the Purple Onion in Pelham. When we come back, best and worst of the weekend. Pretty good for the Braves over the weekend. A lot of NFL news, including one Good news for me and my Tampa Bay Buccaneers next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from the next round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residenceinnoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459 exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons. Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Got a little bit more NFL football going tonight on ESPN. Falcons and Jets as we get ready for the NFL season. Braves quickly turn around after taking a couple from the Astros and play in Pittsburgh tonight. That's some of your action. And our look ahead brought to you by our friends at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to go to school as they start to think about colleges, think about Montevallo. Montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. Great class sizes, 14-to-1 student-professor ratio, beautiful campus, a great price point, haven't raised tuition in 5 years, and just a great atmosphere. See everything Montevallo has to offer and schedule an in-person tour, Montevallo.edu, Montevallo.edu. All right, when we talk about the SEC, one quarterback battle everyone's watching is down at Auburn. Brownie told us on Friday that he had been hearing that it was T.J. Finley and maybe even Robbie Ashford won too, and that Zach Calzada has started to slip out of the race. Here's Brian Harsin after the scrimmage on how he's seeing the quarterback evaluation.
What we'll do after our team activity on Sunday is we'll sit down as a staff and we'll start going through, all right, where are we at? All right, so potentially by Tuesday we could be there, and I want to see what everybody thinks. One thing about a quarterback situation, it's not just the QBs. I mean, we're looking at other positions as well. Go up there and just look at, all right, what gives us the best opportunity to go out there and operate what we want to do. I'm sure on Monday go back and let everybody look at the board again and kind of let it all sink in and see if this is where we're going. I'm not saying by Tuesday we have the final decision. That final decision will come towards the end of next week, for sure going into that last week, game week. But I want to see where everybody's at with just their thought process on who we think the guys are.
Okay. Well, first off, I played golf with a couple of Auburn people. Excitement level for T.J. Finley is not there.
Okay. Well, I would imagine. I would give you T.J. Finley's your starting quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it right now, doesn't it?
I mean, Calzada didn't even get reps with the ones. And it looks like Ashford is going to be that number 2 guy. So this is really disappointing. I think a lot of this probably has to do with the fact that Calzada, the injury, he's not 100% back from that yet. What's amazing is Auburn's third-string quarterback started 10 games for A&M last year. That shows you how bad Jimbo Fisher has been at evaluating quarterbacks.
I guess
that was his QB2 now last year. Remember, he lost his starting quarterback.
It was, okay. But I guess I will never be able to figure out that night against Alabama. I guess that'll be one of the great mysteries, like when
Can I introduce you to Steven Garcia?
Yeah, but
Garcia, Steven Garcia was a solid quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, Garcia had other games like that. And by the way, we romanticized that Garcia game. Go back and look at his numbers. He wasn't spectacular.
Alshon Jeffrey was.
Alshon Jeffrey was, yes.
Can I introduce you to Jevon Sneed or any of these other Ole Miss quarterbacks that rolled in and beat them back-to-back years? Who was the other guy?
Sneed didn't do it. You're talking about Chad Kelly and
Bo Wallace. Okay.
Yeah, but again, Chad Kelly had days other than that. Calzada has never done anything.
Now do Bo Wallace.
Jim, I mean, you keep throwing out Bo Wallace.
Bo Wallace was a good quarterback.
Yeah, Bo Wallace was a 2-year starter for.
He won a New Year's Day game for them.
Yeah. I mean, if you hang on, give me 1 second.
I think Bo Wallace won 10 games for them his last year.
Yeah. I mean, Bo Wallace is not as bad as what was that, 2014?
Bo Wallace 1,000% would start for Auburn or A&M this year.
Bo Wallace in 2014 was the 4th leading passer in the Southeastern Conference, 22 passing touchdowns.
My point being that everybody has a given night sometimes that you can beat people.
But this given night is such an outlier against a team that played for a national championship. This guy may not even win the backup job at Auburn, Jim, which might be the worst team in the West. He can't even win the backup job. I will go to my deathbed, and Jennifer will say, "Baby, is there anything you've always wanted to know?" And I'll say, "I want to know how Zach Calzada beat Alabama that one night in 2021." And she'll say, "What are you talking about?" And I'll be like, "The guy couldn't even win the backup job at Auburn the next year. It makes no sense. How did he play that game? How did he play that game?"
Again, it
Explain
makes no
that one
sense.
to me.
It's we've had pitchers in Major League Baseball throw no-hitters that aren't really good pitchers.
Yeah, who was the guy
that
you remember the guy for the Tigers that got robbed of the perfect game by the bad call?
Because of the umpire that never lived that down.
Yeah, the umpire never lived it down. The guy that had the walrus, mustache. But that guy got like just straight released. Like, you could throw a perfect game in Major League and then get released. That doesn't make any sense. I think it was like the next season he got released. This Calzada thing makes no sense.
Well, I'll tell you, T.J. Finley as your starting quarterback I mean, I've got Barkley's got him at 8 wins. That's easy money for me.
But you guys don't leave the door open for improvement from 2021 to 2022. You can do that. Joe Burrow, you guys go to that all the time. Even though I saw something in Burrow, there was a great improvement there. People can improve from one year to the next. Also, you've got a different coaching staff. You got different coordinators who could call plays differently than Mike Bobo did. TJ Finley was having to do play in an offense that was designed for Bo Nix by Mike Bobo, and now you've got a guy who's you assume is going to design this around what TJ Finley can and cannot do.
Well, here's what I would be concerned. Okay, wide receivers, you really don't have any proven playmakers. You do have 2 really good running backs. The offensive line is really banged up right now. So you got a banged up offensive line. You got an immobile quarterback. You got Eric Keesaw calling plays for the first time in his career. I mean, unless you get magic in a bottle with this schedule, I think it's going to be a disastrous year.
I mean, hear what I'm about to say right here. Brian Harsin is about to start the season with an offensive coordinator he didn't want to be offensive coordinator in the spring, and a quarterback he didn't want to be quarterback in the spring. Does that sound like a recipe for a lot of wins for Auburn?
By the way,
maybe they'll catch lightning in a bottle. Oh, you got an
Yeah.
extremely tough schedule.
Yeah,
and maybe they catch lightning in a bottle, but this was not his first choice at offensive coordinator. The guy was already on the staff, and he went away from the staff, hired a guy from the Seahawks who didn't work out. And you go back to this guy, you circle back to him and say, okay, well, that blew up on me. Will you please be offensive coordinator now? And he's like, okay, yeah, I'll do it. And a quarterback that you scanned your quarterback room, you're like, boy, I tell you what, this guy at Texas A&M seems appealing. Let's get him to transfer in. I mean, this just does not I mean, I hope I'm wrong. But, boy, this feels like a disastrous season for Auburn coming up here.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. They bring you best and worst of the weekend every Monday here. And, of course, starting next Monday, we'll be talking about the college football games on the field.
Yeah, when something is not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. That's why you need to call our friends at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
My best of the weekend is Tom Brady's back at practice today.
So was he on the Masked Singer or not? People are saying he was on the he was taping the Masked Singer.
Well,
that's why he was away.
That'll be unveiled later on.
My gosh.
No, that's true.
Yeah, well, I mean, he may have already had a contract that would have, when he was retired, he could have already had a contract to do that, which is what people believe. And he said, well, I'm coming back, but I've already got this agreement that I've got to do this during this part of the time.
I got to miss 3 weeks of training camp?
He didn't miss 3 weeks. He was only gone for like 10 days.
But obviously he can't disclose
2 weeks.
Obviously he can't, a week and a half technically. He can't disclose he was on the Masked Singer, or it kind of blows up the whole premise of the show.
Well, I think it's already blown it up. I mean, everybody's going to be guessing Tom Brady, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
That'll give him the ratings. That'll go all the way to the final 2. But this has got to be Brady.
But isn't it going to give away if his costume is a goat? If he's a singing goat, if he's out there.
That's the second biggest Tom Brady news, or the third biggest Tom Brady news this weekend. That Dana White thing is amazing.
I didn't hear that.
Dana White brokered a deal with the Raiders. There's no way he's making this up.
The Gruden thing?
Yeah. But how realistic do you think that is? That Dana White of the UCF brokered a deal for the Raiders to get Brady and Gronk to join the Raiders, and then Gruden, who had his fingerprints all over the Raiders, steps in at the last second and shuts it down? They would have never gotten that far without, who was the GM for Gruden?
Mike Mayock.
Yeah, Mayock and Gruden. Without Mayock and Gruden knowing it, wouldn't have got that far. Was Dana White trying to get them there? Maybe. But how far along can a guy in the UFC get?
He's one of the most powerful men in Vegas. He really is.
Well, that's in Vegas. Is he one of the more powerful men in the NFL?
No, but I'm just saying in the Vegas circle. I mean, I would think that he would get their ears if he taught. There's got to be some validity to this. Dana White is too credible to come out and there's no way he's going to fabricate this story.
He's a fight promoter,
right?
And he was on Gronk's the Gronk broadcast of the UFC fight on the alternative channel.
Well, Tom Brady's going to get asked about it. Gruden's going to get asked about it. So we'll see what they say about it.
I mean, where is Gruden? Is he going to really answer questions? There's a lot of questions Gruden doesn't want to. I don't see him doing a lot of interviews these days.
Well,
You just send an email.
Send him an email. He'll reply an email.
Right.
But Brady will get asked about it, obviously. Gronk said it was true on the broadcast. It was a good part of that little broadcast. It got a lot of views, a lot of clicks. I just don't know how close it really was to happening. And they wouldn't have won the Super Bowl with him. That team wasn't as good. The Buccaneers won the Super Bowl because of their defense.
Yeah.
So.
But I don't think the Bucs win the Super Bowl. So it's just weird.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Raiders don't win the Super Bowl.
But the Bucs don't
win
either.
the Super
Yeah.
Bowl.
Yeah.
Who wins the Super Bowl?
I don't know.
Maybe your Rams.
No, the Chiefs.
Probably the Chiefs.
Probably the Chiefs. Yeah, they actually lost the game.
Yeah. Ashley, female promoter, says Dana White could 100% get it done. Yeah.
I mean, he's a big deal, man. I've seen him like in the wild in Vegas, and he carries a lot of weight out there.
Yeah. But again, it takes a lot of people to want that to happen. Brady would have to want it to happen.
Well, he said that Tom Brady was house shopping. That Brady wanted to come to Vegas. I don't know. I found it fascinating.
I've always thought Tampa was a weird situation for him to land in anyway, but it worked out for him, and he's back there again this year. Did you have a best or worst of the weekend?
Okay, so my best is going to be a random best. My wife was out of town, my wife and my oldest daughter, so I was kind of batching it Friday night, and I was trying to find, Lance always throws out these movies. Oh, I can't believe you've seen such and such. I hadn't seen this. And you had mentioned one the other day, Heat, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I tried to get it on Amazon. It was with my Amazon Prime, and I never could get it to play. So then there were these other suggested movies, and one of them was Wolf of Wall Street, which I've never seen.
You've never seen Wolf of Wall Street?
Never seen Wolf of Wall Street.
Neither have I.
Hey, that's one I won't watch for the kids.
Thank God my wife was out of town. I wouldn't watch it with my wife. The most debaucherous movie I've ever seen, but some of the funniest characters.
Oh, gosh.
It's such a weird, you don't want
No, Jonah Hill makes the whole
Jonah
movie.
Hill's phenomenal.
He's
Did he win
incredible.
anything for that?
He was up for Best Supporting Actor, but he
Oh,
didn't
my
win.
gosh, he was phenomenal. DiCaprio was really, really good, but just the supporting actors around DiCaprio, that cast was hilarious.
Well, somebody said when we started this business, this is what The Office was going to be like.
Yeah.
No way.
That was the way it was portrayed, wasn't it?
How close to the true story of that guy
Oh,
is
they
that?
said it was really.
Really?
Yeah, the Belfort guy.
Yeah, Jordan Belfort.
I mean, enhanced some for Hollywood.
Well, it's got to be. They always enhance it a little bit, but my word, if it's anywhere close.
When they took the muscle relaxers that were out of date.
Yeah.
they hit him so
My God.
couldn't even walk to his Lamborghini. Had to roll down the stairs.
It's a
crap.
hilarious movie. I will tell you, that might be better than Heat. It's close.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I was going to watch Heat.
You didn't do bad.
But I don't know why it suggested that. But
Don't you feel guilty laughing out loud?
I do. Yeah, so much of it. I feel guilty even watching it on my TV in my house.
Did you go to Baptist service on Sunday
I did
morning?
go to Baptist service. I had to repent for watching that.
Yeah, very good, very good. All right, more best and worst of the weekend when we come back. Top of the hour, Charlie Potter will join us to talk Alabama's scrimmage. Nubyjas Wilborn will join us later on to talk about Auburn's scrimmage. Also, Eric Mac Lain on our 40 and 40 team today. He's from the ACC Network. Used to play at Clemson. He'll talk to us about number 4 Clemson. All that look ahead brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision.
Yeah, 969-8100. That is the number you need to dial. I did it 20 years ago. I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Now I have 2015 vision, better than 2020. Call 969-8100, Michelson Laser Vision. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They are going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. You've got nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Make the phone call that I made, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson. For more information, michelsonlaservision.com.
Remember, Friday is Guarantee Friday on the show, where you give us 3 of your guaranteed things that will happen this college football season. We'll get those rolling in early. I'm going to talk with Lunsford during this commercial break on how we can set it up on the website to get you there and sending us your 3 guarantees early so we can start rolling them out on Friday. But be with us live on Friday as well to drop them to us. All that coming up with our traditional Guarantee Friday this Friday right before Week 0 kickoff on Saturday.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience Southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin.
Hi, welcome to Culver's.
Just ask our team member, Sarah.
When you order a Culver's Butterburger, you're never just a customer. You're a guest in our home. It's why we cook each Butterburger to order just for you, right down to getting the perfect sear on the beef. That extra care may be a small town thing, but it's big time important to us.
Let us serve you with a smile that stretches from our hometown to yours. Welcome to Delicious.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The next round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Back with you on the next round. LTD and B with you. By the way, the Giants' Robert Foster used to be with Alabama, IR for the season. He got injured in practice. Bad news from Matt Corral, a guy I was sort of excited about his NFL career. He got injury. It's a Liz Frank injury. He's done for the season. That in the exhibition action over the weekend for Carolina. Again, tonight, the Falcons and Jets on ESPN. A lot of fun with some facts and fictions later on from a Matt Hayes story today, and we'll roll into some bold predictions. A part of our show today being brought to you by Tom Beckby.
Jimmy D, they're celebrating their 1-year anniversary. We'll always know how old Tom Beckby is, right?
That's right.
Because they started the year we started, and they started with us then. They've had a tremendous year. Hey, football season back here, fall back here, their fall 22 gear in store, ready for your next trip to the woods. Great new items for men and women. You can find them in the Mountain Brook Village, the Tom Beckby store. That is BECKBE, Tom Beckby, or online. Very simple, tombeckby.com. BECKBE, tombeckby.com.
Over the weekend, the Braves took 2 of 3 from the Houston Astros. But did you see what happened when Marcell Ozuna finally came to bat again?
Got booed.
The Atlanta fans booed him. Now, they've got so many young players in that lineup that they seem ready to move on from Ozuna to go ahead and cut him loose.
Well, I thought they were. I was talking to my buddy Chop, a huge Braves fan, on Saturday, and he said, I think we're about to release Ozuna. And then Reed and I were at lunch yesterday, and we look up, and he's starting to play left field.
I think they owe him $18 million if they just straight release him. I don't think financially you can do that.
Seems like they could release him with cause, though.
God,
I don't think that happens in baseball.
He was the guy that scared me to death in 2020 when the Braves should have beaten again, I know you don't believe in jinxes, when it was 3-1 and Dunaway put the old stake on the Braves. But Ozuna was that guy. Every time he came to the plate, you just held your breath.
Yeah.
And, now he's still a power potential. He's got 20 bombs this year, but the guy just can't hit his weight. Literally is not hitting his weight.
Yeah, he's got 2, but again, 20 home runs will erase a little bit of a bad batting average. I mean,
I'm going to throw this into the worst category too. Dan Mullen, who may end up being really good, but I've never been, I don't know, just not a huge fan of Dan Mullen, but he is officially on the ESPN studios on Thursday and Friday night college football broadcasts, and then on ESPN2 in studio on Saturdays. I guess he could be really good at this. There was one national championship game that he was helping out on the pregame show, and I thought he did pretty good. So I guess that's how he ended up getting this gig, is that, they go back, he gets a couple of tryouts along the way, and he looks really good. Now he's out of work, coach with SEC ties. You put him in the studio.
I would assume he's good, because is Dan Mullen a big enough name to be on there? I mean, look, I know he was the head coach at Florida, but still, when you talk about big name coaches, Dan Mullen's not a guy that's in that conversation. So to me, he would have to be good.
Well, I think that's why he's on the Thursday night, Friday night studio. They're not the marquee games, and then Saturday in the studio on ESPN2's broadcast. I mean, that's not the A-list of the ESPN personnel. Urban Meyer officially back with the Fox Big Noon kickoff pregame show.
And he's not very good on set, but Fox catch a lot of criticism for rehiring this guy just because of his exit and everything that happened in Jacksonville. But, I mean, Urban Meyer's a massive name. You had to think Fox was going to rehire this guy.
Who's back in coaching first, Mullen or Meyer?
I think it'll be Mullen. I don't think he's near – I mean, Mullen just – he failed at Florida, but he's not radioactive. I think in coaching terms, Meyer is radioactive. But again, the guy has not even been unemployed for a year now, and Fox has already hired him back. So I'm sure some college football program will take him in a heartbeat.
But if you go back to after the confetti's following their holding up the crystal football in 2008 with Urban Meyer and Dan Mullen, with 2 national championships under their belt and a perfect season together at Utah, would you have thought that 14 years later, both would be out of coaching and doing studio broadcasting?
I would not. Not those two together.
With somewhat failures at some point in their tenure.
Yeah,
it's a little surprising.
I thought Urban Meyer would stay for the remainder of his career at Ohio State. I mean, obviously it's a premier job. He won a national championship there. I thought once Dan Mullen got the Florida job, Brown agreed with me that he would ultimately win a national championship. So, yeah, I'm really surprised both of these guys are where they are right now.
I mean, I'm stunned that Mullen is already out at Florida.
And
you know how I feel about Florida.
If you would have said 14 years later that is it 14 years? Yeah. 14 years later, Tebow, Mullen, and Meyer will all be out of football.
And Aaron Hernandez.
He's out of this world.
I know.
Hey, all working there in studio for football.
Yeah, that's wild. They're all on TV.
Yeah. Phillip on Bo Wallace and Stephen Garcia, they were solid. Auburn, the worst team in the West? Question mark. This is going to be a long season.
Well, somebody's got to be worst in the West, and it is a bunched field. I mean, you can make a case for LSU, you can make a case for Auburn, you can make a case for State, make a case for Ole Miss. You know, probably outside of Alabama, Texas A&M, you can make a case for anybody being the worst in the West. But if I had to make the strongest case, I definitely would vote for Auburn right now.
Hunter with a great line. My best of the weekend, due to my astigmatism, I couldn't see what happened to Kayvon Thibodeau last night. If you go back to his shot at Southern Education.
He says he's okay.
Yeah.
That's good news. But, boy, I mean, Giants fans were holding their breath. That looked bad.
He was walking after the game last night, and he said he's going to be fine. And the preliminaries are that he is going to be okay.
But, boy, I mean, just think in the city of New York, Zach Wilson and Kayvon Thibodeau both look like really, really bad injuries in a preseason game.
Not big on DUI jokes, but Ozuna's blood alcohol level from Thursday night was higher than his batting average, says Blue Golfer 17.
I believe it.
That could actually be true, though.
Yeah. It's north of the Mendoza line. All right, that's some of the best and worst of the weekend brought to you by our friends at Hemp Hill. We'll jump into some of the scrimmage conversation with Charlie Potter coming up on the other side. I did want to point something out. The longtime play-by-play voice for Cal. A lot of changeover in the play-by-play booth this year in college football, but Joe Starkey is the longtime voice of Cal. He started in 1975, so that means he did what? He was on the call for The Band Is on the Field.
Yeah, I was born in 76. This guy's been doing this my whole life. That is incredible to me. But when I saw he did the Cal-Stanford band play, I'm like, are you kidding me? That guy is still doing their play-by-play?
And I think it's his call that is the call of record that you see a lot. He's 80 years old. This will be his last year calling Cal football. He has seen, now you tell me this, is this a good or bad, best or worst of the weekend? He has seen over 500 Cal football games in his life.
That's the worst, yeah. I mean, I hope he's got paid well.
One brief moment, it was really good with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, 2003, 2004. That was they ended up losing to USC in a really good game. USC goes on and wins the national championship, but that was their only loss that year. I mean, Cal was good. Cal would have gotten in a 14 playoff back then.
Who was the great receiver?
Was Marshawn Lynch on those teams? Or was he before that?
Oh, my gosh. The great receiver was
Aaron had a really good receiver when he was there.
Oh, my God.
I can't remember his name either. He was really good, though.
Yeah.
So good I can't remember his name.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, really good. All right, Alabama scrimmage first. Charlie Potter joins us next, right here on the Next Round, being brought to you in part today by our friends at Cowan Equipment LT.
Yes, our friends at Cowan, they've been with us since day one, and if you're having a hard time finding that plastic on-the-seat heavy equipment, you need to reach out to our friends at Cowan. Check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list.
Deshaun Jackson.
Yeah,
that was it.
Deshaun Jackson, yep.
And actually scored touchdowns for my Rams last year.
All right.
Still in the league.
Still playing.
Look, for the wide range of well-maintained equipment from their rental fleet for sale now, visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN for more information.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, hour number 2 of the show. We'll talk a little Alabama scrimmage in just a second after Rockstar's guy gives us the headlines. That's Adam Mestre. Rockstar, tell us about him.
He is of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022. Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. He is a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Week 0 this week. Locally, Alabama State and Jacksonville State open up season. Biggest game is Nebraska, Northwestern, and Ireland. Vanderbilt and Hawaii. as the first SEC team in action this year. Tom Brady is scheduled to be back at practice today for Tampa Bay. Florida and Utah officially sold out. UCF names John Rice Plumlee QB1 down there, the former Ole Miss quarterback.
Charlie Potter is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, covers the Alabama football program for 24/7 Sports, Bama Online. He's with us now. What's up, Charlie? How are you?
I'm great, guys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming back on. There are probably, 125 teams that would trade places with Alabama right now if all Nick Saban can say is, hey, first team, we were really good. Second team kind of struggled. A lot of people would like for their second team to be what they're worried about. Did you read anything into both those comments, that the first team was really productive and the second team struggled in the scrimmage?
Well, I think first off, the fact that the first team is coming along and really scrimmaged well for the second week in a row is encouraging, given that, you guys know the position battles they have at places like offensive tackle, wide receiver, even cornerback with some guys dealing with injuries. I think to hear that the ones played well is good news, but you got to take into account, too, the way that Alabama kind of sets up its scrimmages is most of the time is ones versus twos. So when you hear that the second team struggled, the second team in general, but the offensive line, is because they're going up against guys like Will Anderson and Dallas Turner, who were very productive on Saturday. So it's kind of a double-edged sword there, because you know that the ones are going to be performing pretty well given some of the situations they're put up against. But then the twos, they have a big mountain to climb in terms of the challenges they face. But I think at the same time, having said all that, the fact that Nick Saban continues to have good things to say about this offensive line and how it's coming together, how some of these other wide receivers, not named, Jermaine Burton or Ja'Cory Brooks, are stepping up and doing so on a consistent basis, I think that's really good news for Alabama.
And one of those receivers, Trayshawn Holden, could you say he's the surprise of fall camp, and is there a possibility he is going to be starting?
I don't know about the surprise of fall camp. I still think some of the younger receivers doing some of the things that they've done is more surprising. But I think with Trayshawn, he came in with Bryce Young. Those two have a pretty good rapport and good chemistry. And it's kind of been, when is this guy going to step up? And he has really the last two scrimmages, because he had a good first scrimmage. He wasn't necessarily the star of the show like he was this past weekend. But I think for him, it's all about consistency and stacking those days. I wouldn't be shocked personally, given the injury to JoJo Earl and him being out until, what did Nick Saban say, the 1st of October. I wouldn't be shocked if Holden's in the starting lineup. I can envision the starting three of Burton, Brooks, and Holden, no doubt. But, I think it's about, can he, continue to do this week going into game week? If he does, I think he has a really good shot to start. We'll get that depth chart that everybody's waiting on Monday morning, but I think Trayshawn Holden is in a good spot right now.
I won't use the word surprise, but feel free to go with surprise if you want to. But tell me one thing that has interested you through camp so far, going in, that maybe you didn't know you'd be as interested in now as we go to the final week of the preseason camp.
Yeah, I think the position battles that everyone was talking about, they've kind of gone about what you would think. There's still some work to be done at corner, and that's because guys haven't been available. But for me, I think just hearing a lot about the defensive line, and most often a guy like Jaheim Otis, the true freshman. I thought that he could be someone that could contribute at some point in his career, but I think he's going to be a guy that carves out a role as a true freshman. I don't think he's going to start. You have three seniors back with DJ Dale, Justin Boygby, and Byron Young. You have Tim Smith, who started a couple games last year and got a lot more playing time. But, they need some interior pass rush with a guy like Phidarian Mathis moving on to the NFL. And it sounds like Jaheim Otis has been everything they've wanted, and if not more. He's really transformed his body, lost 74 pounds before camp. That's what he posted. I'm sure it's just more that now. And has really just bought in. And I think given that they need some more consistent production up front on the defensive line, having a guy like him come in and push some of these older guys has been good. And it's not that I didn't necessarily expect it, but it's been, from day one, and it hasn't really stopped. Nick Saban's mentioned him unsolicited. So is Pete Golding. Will Anderson talked about watching film and being distracted by Jaheim Otis and some of the things that he's done. So I think that if you're talking about like a young player that's maybe risen more than you expected, that would be the guy for me, Jaheim Otis, and what he's been able to do on the defensive line.
Charlie Potter is with us. At Charlie_Potter is where you follow him on Twitter. You read him with Bama Online, part of 24/7 Sports. Is there an offensive player, from what you can gather, that's had a better camp than Jahmyr Gibbs?
It's tough to pick one. I think Gibbs has been as advertised, if not more. I mean, he came in, I believe, in the postseason practices for the playoffs and was impressive then. And that's not stopped. I mean, he had a really good spring. He's had a really good preseason. He's gotten more comfortable and confident. We heard from him last week, and just we're talking about how he's not really even worried about personal goals. He came to Alabama to win a national championship, and that's in line with some of the mindsets of the guys that were on this team last year that weren't happy with the way the last season ended. But that's just kind of an approach, where he stands from that standpoint. I think on the field, he gives them a versatile weapon that can be their leading rusher. He could be a guy that lines up all over the field and is impactful in the passing game, and then he could be a dynamic kickoff returner as well. So I think that they feel really good about the running back position because guys like Jace McClellan and Wendell Williams and Trey Sanders are healthy. But Gibbs, he's going to be a guy that plays a lot and gets a lot of touches, and I think that it's tough to pick a guy that hasn't had just a better offseason in general than Jahmyr Gibbs.
Do you think you'll see him back there on kickoff return? Who do you think your two kickoff returners will be right now?
Well, picking two, usually the one guy's the guy that charges up. He's the lead blocker. I think Jahmyr Gibbs is the guy. They have some options. Punt returner I think is even more interesting given JoJo Earl's injury, but I would think that Gibbs is the man to beat there. I'd be surprised if it's anybody else back there. I think they can, they could put some wide receivers or somebody else, maybe another running back. We see Trey Sanders do it in the past as the lead blocker, but I would be shocked if it's not number one fielding that opening kickoff week one.
Jalen Milroe got brought up last week as the probable starter in 2023. How has he looked?
I think he's done a solid job again. You're going against that first-team defense. That's never an easy task, but I think he got some work with the ones a little bit. One, you don't want to risk anything with Bryce Young. You know what you've got there, even though you want to continue to develop that chemistry with the wide receivers. But I think, both young quarterbacks have done a decent job. I think that, Jalen, he's probably more comfortable and confident in this offense, having learned it. I think in the scrimmage, he was able to do some good things. I know he was picked off once, but both the young guys attempted plenty of passes, got them a lot of work in the second scrimmage. And I think that Milroe would be the number two guy if they played a game today, and I don't think that would change in, a week and some changes time. So I think that clearly Bryce Young is going to get most, if not all, the reps of the ones. But, with Alabama's September slate, I wouldn't be surprised to see Milroe, maybe even Ty Simpson, who'll get some reps late.
I'm interesting, Charlie. Having Toa back in the signal calling part of that defense with Anderson and Turner and maybe Jalen Moody. How important is that for Pete Golding at that linebacking core being so experienced and so talented? And what do you see Toa bringing back with his experience?
No, I think that's big. He was big for Alabama last year, but having a full year in the program now to be even more comfortable in a familiar system is big to get him back for his senior year. And I think Alabama's in a good position at that will linebacker spot opposite of Henry. Jalen Moody's probably seen majority of those first-team reps, and I think he had a good scrimmage on Saturday. But I think Deontay Lawson's also made things interesting. I think they feel like they have a very healthy competition and have options. I think Moody would be the guy that would be the starter today if they were to play later this afternoon. But, yeah, getting Henry Toa back, working with Pete Golding for another year, it's big to have that quarterback on defense back. And really, you look at that defense from front to back, to have those three seniors and Will Anderson back, to have Henry Toa and potentially Jalen Moody as super senior beside him, and then Jordan Battle and DeMarco Helms in the back end. It's a lot of football between a lot of guys, and I think those guys are really motivated and have stepped up to be leaders and to have Henry and some of these other inside linebackers kind of step up in the preseason, I think is very big for Alabama.
It seems to me, even with the JoJo Earle injury, it's been a pretty healthy camp. Do you get that feeling as well from what you're there day to day? Has it been a pretty, positive camp when it comes to the lack of injuries?
For the most part, I mean, JoJo Earle has been the most significant in terms of someone that's going to miss the most time that's a contributor. The other one was Cameron Latou with the knee injury that he has. I think, he's been out there and maybe doing a little bit, but, next week being the start of the first game week of the season, we should get a better understanding of where he's at in terms of availability. Other than that, it's some young guys. Nick Saban had a pretty extensive injury report back on media day where some freshmen are dealing with injuries. I think, though, the one that is one to monitor is the availability of these corners. We know that Eli Ricks didn't do much, if anything, in this second scrimmage. Kyrie Jackson didn't participate in the first scrimmage because of a groin issue, and he was able to do some things this past Saturday and should be back Tuesday. But, if both of those guys are still kind of hampered by injuries, then Alabama could roll out 2 second-year starters at corner with Kool-Aid McKinstry and Terrion Arnold. I think Kyrie Jackson should be okay and close to 100% this week. We'll see how that progresses. But in terms of long-term things, JoJo Earle's really the biggest one with Cameron Latou. Still deciding how long that one will be. But I think in terms of what we see and how it could impact this starting lineup, those cornerbacks, if they're still dealing with stuff, it could be some young guys out there on the boundary for Alabama.
Dunaway, I cannot believe you and Charlie are overlooking Jordan Battle getting airlifted out of practice last week.
Oh, my God. Get out of here with that.
I mean, that was the...
Why would you even give credence to that?
Well, I mean, it came up. You got to... People like Charlie have to go clean that stuff up. I mean, that's one of the things Charlie has to do for a living.
Yeah, one thing...
It is.
One thing we learned, right, Charlie, in journalism school back in the day is you don't you try not to give any credence to those kind of things, right?
Well, I mean, being someone that has to deal with a message board, any kind of rumor is going to come over to our board, and people are going to react to it. And most of the time, you can squash some of those. Some of them have validity. I mean, there are people that are at practice. It's not us. We haven't been at practice since last August, but they see things, they hear things, and most of the time you kind of ignore it because some of it is outlandish, and we were able to kind of squash the thing with Jordan Battle. He was in a black jersey Saturday. I think something happened, but it was very minor, and he was going to be okay. But even in a black jersey on Saturday, Jordan was delivering some big hits. I don't think he maybe understood what the black no contact jersey meant.
He could dispense contact.
The minister of death gets the black jersey.
Exactly. I think that's what he thought. And so he had a good scrimmage, and he's okay. So, yeah, I thought we had moved past that one, so glad to bring that one back up.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a joke. All right. Charlie is on Twitter at Charlie _Potter, at Charlie _Potter, Bama Online, part of 24/7 Sports. He does a great job there, and it's kind of with his time with us. Charlie, thank you for the time. Have a great week.
Oh, yeah, no problem, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, take care. Charlie with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Yeah, always fun there. Smuff says it's like Mr. Potato Head. I heard Jordan Battle's leg fell completely off, and they had to reattach it.
May not recover.
Yeah, and Jeff Allen actually connected it there and put the eye down here and the ear here. Did you guys have a Mr. Potato Head growing up? I thought it was the dumbest toy. I got one Christmas.
Well, he kept all his body parts in his butt.
Yeah,
he really did. Before Netflix.
Yeah.
What now?
That was before Netflix.
Yeah,
I bet Rockstar liked it.
I liked it. It was fun.
I mean, how many different things could you do?
A lot. You can have an ear on a head.
Yeah, you could put a hand through his eyeball.
Yeah.
Did you guys ever have a light bright?
I did.
I think I did.
I had a light bright.
Destroyed those pieces of paper.
Yeah. You would put the pattern in there and just put it wherever the light shined.
Yeah. Lincoln Logs, didn't like them.
I had Lincoln Logs.
I think the most fun, obviously I've told you, the electric football field was fun for me.
Mm-hmm.
But the most fun was always the Hot Wheels track. Because I could use the track, and then we'd also have a demolition derby where I'd make the track, have two hills, and they would come down and crash into each other. And I had some rules, stupid rules, that whichever one didn't get knocked the furthest off or held their path the best would win that battle.
Do you remember the commercial with the Tonka toy, the Tonka truck, and it had like an elephant stepping on it, like you can't destroy these? Yeah. So me and Shane, we took baseball bats to it, and then lighter fluid, we burned it.
Stunned.
Where'd you get the lighter fluid? The Flints?
Yeah, of course you did, yes.
I remember we went to some place to eat when I was really little, and I ordered a kid's PB&J, and they gave it to you in a huge Tonka truck. That was your, and you got to take the truck home.
Oh, heck yeah. Wow.
I mean, I had that thing till I was probably.
How's this place out of business?
it was plastic. It wasn't metal, but it was the coolest thing. And my PB&J and little dump truck came with a Tonka. It was awesome.
White tablecloth joint, and candles on the table. Yeah.
Well, going back to that place all the time. That sounds awesome. Did you get chips with that too?
I just remember the PB&J and the truck.
What was the where you Etch-a-Sketch?
Yeah, I had that too.
Boy, I sucked at that.
Yeah. I know everything was right angles.
But it's amazing how good some people are at Etch-a-Sketch.
Oh yeah, but I could barely. I mean, I couldn't draw anything. I'd try to write something.
I'm a little surprised because your penmanship's really
it's very good penmanship. What would suck is
you see, I can write with a thumb and finger here and a hand, not those little knobs.
Not the dials?
Yeah,
well, it would suck when you get halfway in and make a mistake and you're like, guess I got to start this thing over.
Shake it up.
Yep, there's no eraser.
Shake it up. Wouldn't it be awesome if life was that way? There was a mistake. Let's shake it up and start over.
Yep.
Everybody shake it up and start over. Part of our show today being brought to you by Nichols Outfitters. Summer's winding down. Week 0 means the fall season's coming. Still some fishing, some hunting, and a lot more.
Jimmy D, you've heard us talk about it a while now. The Nichols Outfitters fishing department. Massive hit with outdoorsmen across the Birmingham area and beyond. All the brands you love, too. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa, 6 Cent Fishing. 6 Cent Fishing. It is tough for me to say. Easy for you to find. Find them all at Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham off I-65 or nicholsoutfitters.com.
Hey, by the way, UAB with another scrimmage. You know, they are 1 week from Thursday cranking up the college football season with Alabama A&M down at the stadium. Lee Witherspoon, who missed last season, had a big scrimmage this weekend, according to Ted Feely of UAB Sports Information. He's a Mississippi State transfer, was going to make an impact on last year's team at running back, came out and had a big play this weekend, and Ted says that he could make an impact at running back this year, which, if you're scoring at home, Dwayne McBride, Jermaine Brown, who you've already seen, A.J. Gates, the transfer, I believe, from Alabama, who's had a big camp already, and now Lee Witherspoon, the transfer from Mississippi State. Why does Dylan Hopkins have to throw the ball at all this year? Just hand it off to those four guys.
They can run,
yeah, just run it down their throats.
I would say that they're probably going to run the football 65% of the time.
You would say that high.
Yeah,
that
I really
high.
would.
Yeah, it's a talented UAB team finishing up another scrimmage there this weekend. All right, when we come back, our 40-40 team today, you always know when we're on Guarantee Friday, which we are on Friday, that we're to number 4, 3, 2, and 1 this week in our 40-on-40 countdown that you guys voted for. Eric Mac Lain joins us. He's from the ACC Network with Clemson Ties. Number 4, Dabo's Clemson Tigers, up next right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090. Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lance'sLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lance'sLock.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at TimberlineGC.com. Tee it up at Timberline. Our 40 and 40 countdown started 40 live shows, 36 live shows ago. It's always voted on by you guys, our viewers and listeners, and we do it every year, and it's brought to you by the great folks at Baumhauer's.
Yeah, Bob Baumhauer celebrating 40 years here in the state of Alabama, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to Alabama back at Wings and Things in 1981 in Tuscaloosa. Still continues to turn out an incredible product. And right now, the Inflation Sucks menu. Make sure you try that out. Going easy on your wallet. Get in for lunch or dinner to one of those great locations of Baumhauer's Victory.
How many voters do we have? 60?
64.
64 voters, just like the real polls. Our audience, some of our analysts.
It is a real poll.
It is a real poll.
It is a real poll.
A real poll. And Clemson was voted number 4 by you. Eric Mac Lain played there at Clemson. He's on the ACC Network and ESPN now. And he's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Eric? How are you?
What's up, guys? Good to be with you today. I like this setup. It looks fantastic.
Thank you.
A virtual meeting here. It looks fantastic.
Yeah. Thank you. We're very proud of it. I don't know if you noticed behind Lance the beer tap from our friends at Bud Light.
Come on. There we go.
Yeah. Occasionally.
Gotta love that.
Occasionally gets out of hand in here. Number 4 for Clemson. Look, I mean, it's a testament to what Dabo Swinney has done when 10 wins can be a disappointing season. We see that in Tuscaloosa. A 10-win season will be a huge disappointment. I feel bounce back. I think DJ has a good year. I feel bounce back. I don't know what the feel is on the ACC network, and then they're in Clemson.
Yeah, well, fortunately for myself, just got to spend some time with the Tigers. We just wrapped up our ACC road trip and just got done with hanging out with Clemson and seeing those guys in practice live in person. And I've got to tell y'all, the defense is better than what I expected. You know, I thought there was going to be drop-off at the linebacker position. I knew the defensive line was going to be freaky, unbelievable. I mean, the depth and star power that they have there. But I was blown away by the linebackers. And when you lose a guy like Spector and Skowski that have done so much for you for so long, you know, I thought there would be significant question marks there, but there absolutely isn't. Trenton Simpson is moving to the inside, one of the most electric, you know, linebackers in the country. And then you've got a guy in Barrett Carter and Jeremiah Trotter that are both going to really step up and just be a more athletic look. And the biggest takeaway that I came with after leaving Clemson's campus was just seeing – I got a freaky dog in the background.
Oh, it's okay. We're big dog fans.
The mail guy just launched our mail in here, and she's freaking out. But those guys are so athletic, and they're going to be so different from what Clemson has seen in the past that they're going to stay on the field all the time. And I think that's really unique and puts them in a great spot.
Well, you know, the defense was really good last year, but let's go back to 2021 and what happened with that offense to drop 17 points per game in production. And just watching it, there was nothing fluid about that offense.
No, there really wasn't. And you bring up that point total. I mean, that's just how important Trevor Lawrence, Travis Etienne, Amari Rodgers, Cornell Powell, how all those guys, I mean, how electric, you know, they really were. And what's going to be fascinating to see is just, you know, how much progression has DJ made. It's one thing to see him in practice on air, you know, not getting hit. It's another when it's live bullets. And his body looks fantastic. He looks like he's in a much better place physically. But until we have to see him read a true defense where there's score being kept, it's hard to have a fair evaluation. And so the one thing I will say is the competition behind him is much stronger. There's a guy pushing him in Cade Klubnik that he didn't have a year ago. And there's a more than, you know, ready backup that if a time comes where, you know, Clemson decides to make a change, that guy's ready to go. So as we all know, it starts and finishes with quarterback. Another key piece of this team is going to be the depth at running back. You know, they haven't had this three-headed monster that they're going to have in quite some time. And it starts with Shipley. And then you've got a guy in Pace that's very similar. And then Big Maffa, that's a 220-pound, you know, 6'2" running back. That those three guys, man, you got to use them. And so I would not be surprised at all if we see Clemson run the ball more this year based on the strength of the offensive line and those big guys up front. It's going to be interesting to see, are they going to be balanced like they are usually or just tote that rock a ton?
How long do you think Dabo would stay with DJ if there's struggles early on? Because if I'm correct, didn't Kelly Bryant come back and start the year after he led him to the playoffs? And then that's when Trevor Lawrence finally came in and took over the job. So Dabo's not afraid to make a mid-season change. How long do you give it?
Yeah, he's not afraid. And that's why, you know, I think this situation is a little bit different, you know, because obviously Kelly Bryant led Clemson to a playoff. Clemson didn't go to a playoff last year. And then when you have this backup who's ready and, you know, needs to play, it's going to be a short leash. You know, I'd say 4 games is probably that magic number where if he hasn't made the things necessary, if DJ hasn't done the things that he's supposed to, and we see the growth, Clemson will make a change. Clemson will put in a new quarterback. And as you said, we saw it in 2014. We saw it in 2018. They're not afraid to go to a freshman quarterback.
Do you think having the defensive line you talked about and the linebackers, that helps when you're replacing Brenton Venables as a coordinator, having those front 7 guys that are so ball hungry? Does that help you as a DC?
Yeah, you know what? It even helps you as an OC in figuring out who your quarterback is. When you have a defense like that, you can feel better about going to a younger guy. But yeah, certainly. I mean, he inherited an unbelievable defense, and I mentioned, you know, those guys up front and that front 7, what they're going to be. What I can't wait to see is just how, you know, different yet similar this defense is going to be from going to BV to Wes Goodwin. I think they're going to rely heavily on their guys up front. I think that's why a lot of them decided to come back instead of going, you know, to the NFL. I think they're going to let those guys go hunt. And as you know, as Alabama knows, as Clemson knows, Georgia, Ohio State, the tone is set with your defensive line and offensive line. And that's certainly what this Clemson defense is going to do each and every Saturday.
He is Eric Mac Lain. He played at Clemson, ACC Network, ESPN. Now, looking at the ACC as a whole, as Eric joins us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, it looks like October 1, as we talk about Clemson, the game of the year in the conference is when NC State goes there. Mm-hmm. How close are the Wolfpack and the Tigers? How close do those look to you?
Yeah, I think they're right there together, man. I think that is the game of the ACC. That's the one that everyone has circled, that everybody wants to see what's going to happen. Can NC State, conquer that mountaintop twice? They hadn't done it since 2011. Do it in double overtime a year ago. Now they come to Death Valley. Now they have to play the Tigers at home. What does that look like? Do they have the wherewithal to do that? And if they do, look out. I mean, is this a team that we're talking about making a playoff run here? So I think that certainly NC State's defense, they have to stay healthy, but they have one of the best linebacking corps in America, right up there with Alabama. I think those are two that are sitting at the top. And then they have a quarterback in Devin Leary who's going into year 3 as the starter with the same offense, same offensive coordinator, a lot of the same weapons. This guy's going to take a Kenny Pickett-like jump. He's going to have those 4,000-plus yards passing, 40-plus touchdowns through the air just because of the ownership. He knows it better than some of those guys on staff probably because of the attention to detail and things that he has. So really excited to see that growth and progression. And ultimately the biggest question of what can NC State do with all this expectation? Because unfortunately, historically, when you expect a lot from NC State, they do not meet that. But I think this is a different team. Coach Doran, this is an experienced team. He's going to have them going in the right direction.
You mentioned Kenny Pickett, your reigning ACC Player of the Year, a Heisman finalist. He's gone to the NFL. But when you look around this league, has it ever been this deep at quarterback?
Man, it's nuts. It really is. I feel so bad for these defensive coordinators having to go against these guys. And honestly, what the most intriguing thing is they're all so different. I mean, you have the stand-in pocket passers that can dice you up. You have the guys with the rocket launcher arms that can take any shot downfield. You have the guys that can move around and really make things difficult for you. So when I look at that depth, man, there's not another conference that sniffs it when you look from head to shoulders what these guys can do. And in the Atlantic, outside of the unfortunate news of Sam Hartman, and hopefully he gets back sooner than later, as quickly and as safely as he can, the Atlantic has all 7 starters back. I mean, guys that made real noise and did some very impressive things. And you look on the coastal side with Slovis coming into Pitt, and we know what he did at USC with Tyler Van Dyke that lit the college football world on fire, at his last 6 games. It's going to be impressive to see. So, yeah, the quarterback play in this league is serious.
Most TV and radio people, we're one-cell creatures. If a coach listens to our show or watches our show ever, we love him a lot. Jeff Collins, back when he was cutting his teeth, recruiting at Alabama, listened to our show, and we became friends with him. You've toured the ACC campuses now. Does he have any traction moving forward there in Atlanta? I mean, he had to recreate everything at Georgia Tech. Where are they going into this season?
Yeah, it's man, what stinks about that, and I'm with you. I love Coach Collins and thinks that he is a brilliant football mind. I think that he, showed you how to make a place that hadn't been cool in a long time cool with branding and guys excited about going there and wanting to go there. But here's the deal. He's faced with the biggest rebuild in college football since Nebraska decided to go away from the I formation. He is dealing with coming in 260-pound offensive linemen that have never gone backwards. He's dealing with no tight ends on the roster, limited wide receiver play, a defense that's built for, playing minimally because you have an offense that holds the ball for so long. So when I tell you the build that he is having to go through is one of the most difficult we've ever seen, I'm not blowing smoke. And so for me, the traction is there and he's gaining the guys. The roster looks completely different from year 1 when I went down there to 4 years later right now. And so he's doing that. He's getting the guys that necessary. He had a staff overhaul. We're bringing in guys that he feels much better about. Chris Winkie at the quarterback position. My goodness, what a star he's been in the coaching ranks. And of course, what he did as a player, winning a Heisman Trophy. But here's the deal. He has one of the most difficult schedules in the country, probably the most difficult. When you play Clemson and Georgia every single year, good luck. and now let's add in Ole Miss and UCF and all these other teams. I mean, it's incredible. But here's the deal: if they make, let's say they win 3 games again, which is just what they've been doing, it would be a horrible decision to move on from Jeff Collins, to bring someone else in to then do exactly what he's been trying to do for these past years. You have to give him time. You have to almost give him a 10-year window, and then you make an evaluation, because that's how difficult this overhaul. And by the way, the schedule's not getting any better. Alabama and Notre Dame are showing up on that thing in a couple years with Georgia, with Clemson. So good luck to Georgia Tech, unfortunately.
Do you get the feeling, though, that they could be patient with him there? Because, it seems like instantly, I mean, you look at everybody's coaching cycle, 4 years is a long, long time. Do you think that they understand that at Georgia Tech?
I have not sat down with that administration. I haven't sat down with any of those decision makers and even brought that up. But based on the confidence that he had and the kind of new wind in his sails that he had this year, I have to think that those conversations happen, because again, it's real foolish to try to move on and to think that somebody can do better than what he's done in this short window of time.
All right, he is Eric Mac Lain. You can follow him on Twitter there at Eric Mac Lain. You can see him on the ACC Network and ESPN. Eric, we greatly appreciate the time, man. Good having you back.
Hey, one more thing, Eric. Can you tell our friend, we're all friends with Taylor Tannenbaum, who's now on the ACC Network. Is it starting tonight, ACC PM?
Today, her first show, man. Come on. We're excited for her joining the family. Cannot wait to see a couple hours here, 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
They're getting kicked off in the basement with Pac-Man, and man, excited for her and just this new show, ACC PM. So tune in tonight, and we get to see what that thing's all about.
Well, tell her Birmingham guys said hi to her, okay?
We'll do it. We'll do it. Appreciate
you,
Eric.
Take care, man. Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Eric with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right, so is that 4 o'clock Eastern, 3 o'clock Central?
I believe that is correct.
It'd be fun to watch Taylor Tannenbaum, friend of ours who's been in Indianapolis for a long time, worked in Huntsville. Florida State grad. Now she's up on the ACC Network. So
she moved to Charlotte?
I think so. Yeah, moved to Charlotte.
You know the best.
Did you say 30 to life?
They were debating on where Eric was doing the video from with the white bricks. The guys,
it looked like an 8x10.
The guys on the back row said he was in the crapper.
You have 1 minute remaining on your phone call.
I thought he looked like he was in prison.
No, I like the white backdrop brick. The
I
white brick.
don't dislike it. I'm just saying that's what Lance was referencing.
No, I like an exposed look, but that was that looked like a jail cell.
No, I mean, it's bright. I mean, my
jail cell with a window.
My townhome now it's dark. I can't find. I've got to take, for when we do our Saturday videos, I've got to take home one of those little pull-up things. That's got to be my backdrop.
Okay.
Because I'm in a renting situation. I can't paint the walls. It's a crappy brown color.
Mm-hmm.
So I need some color.
Need the old pop-up
I need some color behind me. So do we have an extra pop-up I can take?
Yeah, we got them.
Okay.
We got them.
Is there a chance that I can get Lunsford to come over and show me how to put it up?
It's very easy.
Okay.
Any idiot can do it. I've done it.
Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
That's our 40 and 40 today. Let's do a little bit more on Clemson right now in our 40 and 40, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's. When you say Clemson this year, you think they do what?
I think Clemson is 11-1.
Their one's going to be?
I don't know yet.
You just think they'll find a one?
Yeah, I think they'll find a one.
Is there a chance it's South Carolina at the end? Because
no.
In the publicity game, Shane Beamer's making some inroads.
I like this NC State team a lot. I don't think they're going to back-to-back years. With Sam Hartman out, it won't be Wake. Could be at Notre Dame.
Saturday, November 5th, they host Miami the week before South Carolina. If Cristobal has that team develop as the season goes, could be a tough game there. Like, what would you imagine that number is, Lance? Do both those games at Notre Dame. I mean, if you just had to guess right now, what's your biggest? You think it's tie, right?
Clemson is a 3-point favorite.
3-point favorite. Miami coming there.
So they play Miami from the other side?
Yeah.
Wow.
And they play at the very late in the season, too.
Yeah.
They avoid Pitt, though.
They do. What do you think that Miami number would be?
Miami, Clemson right now, Clemson 10.
See, the game of the year is that NC State game, but it is in Clemson, where they haven't lost, I think, in 35 games.
Yeah, they'll be 10-point favorites.
But you're right. By the time you get to Miami, if that's late in the year, to that game, that could be a could be a fun game.
If Cristobal develops that team. The game
could be first of two.
It was an interesting stretch for them at Wake and hosting NC State until Sam Hartman went out. Now, that at Wake game looks like nothing.
Yeah, you don't know, though, when he comes back. I mean, I haven't heard anything.
I haven't heard, but, boy, that's week 4. It seems the way they were talking, that seems quick.
Yeah, as good as Trevor Lawrence was, ETN was better for that offense, and I think the offense is going to be all about Will Shipley this year. So the defense is going to be really good, as you heard Eric say. They only gave up a little over 14 points per game last year. I think it'll be right around that number again this year, but the offense is going to pop back up. This is going to be a really, really good Clemson
I
team.
agree. I think DJ has a good year.
Jay Price is right. A lot of video conference snobs in our chat today. Forster, can you give me Brown's tight shot real quick of Brown here? What's behind Brown? What do you think of that shot behind Brown?
There's the womb chair, wrong hand, Ryan, womb chair right there that you can see.
Yeah, we've got something planned.
Okay.
That's right.
I'm just saying that for us to be cracking on the white exposed bricks, we have a lot of work to do over here behind Brown.
We just said it looked like an 8x10.
Yeah, somebody said it looked like a cell or a bathroom.
I mean,
think it was his den.
You've got the beautiful Bud Light keg and a glass wall. I mean, you're good.
Yeah.
And with people walking behind it, live people every now and then.
Live people.
Yeah, me and I've got
people are creepy.
Now, see, I'm the ugly. Give me my tight shot. I am the ugliest person on the show, so we need flashing objects around me to distract from my looks, right?
The screens and the
A
logo.
little bit of the logo.
Yep.
The shot's a little looser
But then
because I got to keep a cup on. I mean, just a logo here. I mean, I'm ugly, so we have to do all this. Then we go to Brown, who is, self-admitted very attractive.
Do some prisoners love you?
Oh, the ladies love me, Rockstar, in the Aliceville Women's Prison.
Yeah.
I'm hot there.
Little plain, but
that's what they like in the prison, plain walls. That's why we do it that way. That helps them envision me. Like when they see this, they're like, oh, that's what Brown would look like if he was in. Give me a moment.
Wow.
What was that?
Wow.
Was that you getting put against the
No,
wall?
that was the prisoner. The prisoner just
Brown
envisioned-
going blue.
I know. Did Brown just do a mock
What'd I do?
O-face there?
No. That was the prisoner. Look, come back to me, Scott. It was the prisoner just thinking through this like, ooh, Brown's going to do 30 to life in the Aliceville Women's Prison. That's nice.
Oh, he's done it twice.
No, she's just thinking, Jim. Don't make it dirty just because it's in prison.
I'm not making it dirty. Zach's looking at you. Eyeballs, no face.
It's because it's in prison. You think it's dirty?
Isn't there a
Typically, yeah.
Is there a song "Eyes Without Face"?
Yeah, Billy Idol.
Billy Idol. How about that? Eyes Without Face. That's where you got
Eyes
from
Without
Zach.
a Face.
Funny response to a tweet last night. I did a goof thing in front of the green screen.
Why'd you not have the map, the weather?
Well, because I don't chroma key. It's the green screen. They do that behind the scenes. And I was just joking that football is coming in right after we did the zone last night. And I was wearing shorts because I sit behind a desk. There's no reason to wear pants. And somebody said, the women's prison is going to love those legs. And another guy replied, they're going to make this picture of Brown a poster they hang on the wall over the hole they dig through the wall.
What do you think, old fuzzy britches? Old fuzzy legs?
Old fuzzy britches.
No,
fuzzy legs. That's good, Rockstar.
They're going to have that on the wall when they're doing sit-ups. Just 10 more years.
10 more years.
10 more years.
I get to meet Brown. Out
10
the
more
wild.
years. You go, Ernest.
I have a feeling this has been oversold to us.
Yeah. What?
That the women in the Aliceville Women's Prison.
It hasn't been
love it.
oversold to me.
To us?
To us.
Okay.
I don't really think about it a lot.
There's the photo. Scott's got the photo up.
Yeah.
They're going to love those legs, somebody said, back in the Aliceville Women's Prison.
Is Jennifer intimidated at all?
By the women?
Yeah.
Well, she's never met any of them.
Yeah.
You ought to go visit.
Yeah.
I would say a 600% today that James Spann is repainting that wall after Brown touched it.
We got a handprint on the wall.
Who touched this? I sense someone else touched
Right
my
before
wall.
hurricane season, somebody's touching my wall.
A quick break here, part of the show being brought to you today by our friends at Wayne's. Tell us about Wayne's, Brown, as we had to break here.
Jimmy D, what they do not want is for you to have a rodent infestation in your house. Attics, crawl spaces, that's where the rodents infest. So, SmartPest sets up 24/7 rodent monitoring. The minute it spots one, it proactively communicates to Wayne's. They send somebody out. They take care of the issue at Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES and the number 1. You could save $100 off your initial Smart Pest service right now when you use the code TNR for the next round when you call 866-WAYNES and the number 1.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or alfaromeousa of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trustful, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Hey, we'll talk about what Chris Lowe reported in just a second, and then Rockstar's viewing menu. After Rockstar's viewing menu, which is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art every day here on the show. And I also would love a House of Dragons update. If anybody watched it last night, I did not.
I did. I can't wait to see what Lunsford says about it. New Life Art, though, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years now. Call 800-735-2787, danielmooreart.com. Remember the limited edition Crimson calendars. They're available right now. Again, danielmooreart.com.
9:55 on Star's Edge, a good movie that I only saw once, and I never see it anywhere except for tonight. American Hustle with Christian Bale, 2013.
Oh, that's a really good movie.
Fantastic.
I watched it the other night.
It's
Good movie.
Yeah, it's a movie that you can rewatch. Honest to goodness, though, the first time I watched it, I was a little underwhelmed, but I gave it another chance. The second go-around was so much better.
Bradley Cooper's hair is fantastic.
Terrific.
I saw it in theaters, and then I saw it the other night upstairs.
Amy Adams is good in it.
Hey, everybody's good.
Yeah.
Jeremy Renner's great in it.
Yeah,
Louis C.K.'s in it.
Fantastic movie.
10:40 on Showtime. Showcase friend of the show, Gary Owen, Black Famous. His new stand-up routine. It is
Dirty?
Yeah, he's a little dirty.
You know, Gary is.
Love Gary, but it's
yeah,
a little dirty.
we're huge fans of Gary, but he's one of those comedians where what he does in studio versus what he does on stage, completely different.
Well, he's still funny though.
Still funny on both of them.
Yeah, he's great.
And
Jennifer Lawrence was in it.
You're right. Okay.
Just catching up.
Okay.
I'm watching on YouTube.
You're
I'm a little delayed.
You're in the chat room.
And then 7 p.m. on Fox, TMZ investigates a new story. What really happened to Richard Simmons? Now he has been out of the public since I think 2014.
I think we've got a bet on him, don't we?
Yeah.
Yep. Are you confident he's alive?
I'm on the Richard Simmons side.
I'm on the Charlie Sheen side, right?
Right.
Are you confident
But this
he's
trends
alive?
towards me.
Yes.
Okay.
You're confident he's alive?
Well, I mean, like, why would you? But the thing is, they think he's being he's a prisoner in his own home by his whatever caretaker or whatever, and there's just like he's sued a lot of people because people said he's been doing gender reassignment. He said it's not true, but he has not made a public appearance since 2014.
Wow.
So that's TMZ investigates. What really happened to Richard Simmons? Anybody watch House of the Dragon?
Yep.
Yeah, so I watched it last night, and I want to say this: I was skeptical going in. The thing that made Game of Thrones to me, and I don't know how you feel, Lunsford, where there were so many incredibly detailed, interesting characters. There was not one interesting character in last night's episode, not one. And I think because they didn't have great dialogue, I think they went over the top with the violence. And look, the violence doesn't bother me, but when you chop a guy's junk off and then show it, and then when you've got a pregnant woman and you're
spoiler alert,
you're cutting a baby out of a pregnant woman.
No.
Yeah.
You got to make an impact on that first episode.
Yeah. Did you agree though? No interesting characters, gratuitous violence.
It's gonna be a hard pass for me, dog.
Yeah. I wouldn't go that far.
Okay.
I would tell you that
I thought it was very average.
Off our discussion Friday, or over or under more boobs than wee-wees. Boobs one going away, according to our viewers and listeners.
Wee-wees, apparently.
No, but but as Zach said, the pecker scene. Woof.
Yeah, no go. Will you give episode 2 and?
I'll give it a look, man. I'm going to stick with it for a little bit. I just don't feel good about it.
So when they do that scene with the
removal,
when they change that guy's hung shui, if you will,
hung.
It's feng shui, but you went hung shui.
Yeah, because they dismembered him.
Yeah.
No, Jay Price is right. Matt Smith was good. I mean, he is the one interesting character, if there is one.
Southern Pixians, Matt Smith?
He's so evil. He's an English actor, of course.
The actress Matt Smith, I don't think there's a Game of Thrones. Hello, I'm Matt Smith. I'm here to slay the dragon.
He's a Targaryen. Rockstar,
Okay,
you should know this.
Great.
It's obviously a Targaryen.
Clearly.
So did we feel like there was too many dragons in this?
I thought there was going to be at the beginning because that's how it kind of starts. But really, I mean, the dragon backdrop is there. I think it's going to build a little bit more. But I didn't think there was too many dragons. I need more interesting characters, and I need more civilizations.
I'll tell you what.
Just the Targaryens. That's not going to do it for me.
They're going to drag this thing to the grave.
They're going to dragging this thing out.
Yeah.
What was your D's nuts?
Dragon D's.
Are you familiar with Imagine Dragons?
Yes, I am, boy.
Imagine me dragging these.
Well, keep going.
Imagine dragging these across your face.
You got it.
Imagine dragging these across your face.
You got it. Finally.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. When we come back, we talk about Auburn scrimmage and a lot more on the show today. That's being brought to you in part by our friends right there at.
Let me spin the wheel.
JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Hey,
love those guys.
Yes, Johnston RV Center, I-65 exit 304 in Coleman. 334 in Decatur. Go check out those toy haulers right now. Great way to see America. Great way to see college football this season. And you can always see more. JohnstonRVCenter.com. JohnstonRVCenter.com. I'll do it so Dunaway doesn't have to. Nubyjas Wilborn, AL.com.
Nubyjas!
On the next round.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meet or match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to decide to ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
From our House of Dragons conversation to the House of Tigers in just a second as we move to hour number 3 of the show, brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world-famous fried chicken. If you're heading to Jordan Hare, Bryant-Denny, or down to watch UAB play this year, or your favorite high school game, office parties, or if you're having a party at your house to watch football, Champy's world-famous fried chicken. Highway 119 in Alabaster, your home for those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, also great fried chickens and the hand-cut chicken fingers, all with Sterling and the crew at champyschicken.com.
All right, Nubyjas Wilborn covers the Auburn Tigers for AL.com. He can be followed on Twitter at NWilborn19, and he is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Nubyjas, what's up, man? How are you?
Hey, I want to try some Champy's chicken now. Jesus Christ. I got some heck out of that one, man.
Drive right down to Alabaster, yeah. Bring us some.
I got to come to Birmingham eventually, so, I live in Auburn, but I've got to give me some Champy's next time on the way back.
All right, come on, man. Hey, so let's start where everybody wants us to start, and that is the quarterback discussion. If I made you give me percentages, the TJ Finley is named the starting quarterback whenever Brian Harsin does that, what percentage would you put on that right now?
I mean, I'd say well over 70% now.
Wow.
I mean, TJ Finley has emerged as the leader from every conversation I've had with players, with coaches, people around. Finley has emerged his game, even with the, I hate to mention, even though the little rest situation, the moped, whatever, that silliness was, even with that, Finley has shown maturity on the field with his teammates. His accuracy has improved according to what they're saying. Again, as media, we get about 20 minutes of practice each day. Now Saturday was the most we've seen of the team. And Finley looked good. I think we had him thinking like 12 or 14 with his passes, and 2 of those were drops. So right now, Finley is the leader, at least as far as we know, barring, of course, injury or circumstance or Auburning.
A month ago, I would have said that I think we all agreed that Calzada was going to be the guy.
Same.
But right now, would you say that Robbie Ashford is QB2?
That's a good question. I don't know that answer, but I do know Robbie Ashford probably has a better chance of getting on the field than Calzada because they're probably going to put in a package for Ashford. Ashford's one of the 10 fastest guys on the team, according to people. I've heard somewhere he's clocking around 4.5, maybe even lower than that, running to 40. Wesley Steiner, one of the linebackers, says, like, when he runs by, you hear the wind blowing. So they're going to find a way to get him on the field. So I guess you have to call a quarterback, too. It might be Ashford. Calzada just has struggled, unfortunately. He just hasn't really adapted as well as they thought he has. He's had moments, but just hasn't been able to put it all together as of yet.
Who's a receiver? Because, you can talk about whatever quarterback you want, but if you don't have a playmaker to get the ball to, or 2 or 3, then that's a problem for you, a quarterback. Who's one guy that has stood out in camp from what you've heard?
Coy Moore, the transfer from LSU. Guy is lightning fast. He is one of those guys who he might catch an 80-yard pass easy because he's just got that kind of speed. And the big freshman, Camden Brown. Those are 2 guys whose names keep popping over and over again as far as receivers. But there's a lot of guys. Shedrick Jackson, the senior, Tavares Dawson. They're actually pretty deep at receiver. They're just kind of untested. So we'll see how that plays out with those 3 starting positions.
Nubyjas Wilborn is with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, covers Auburn for AL.com, at NWilborn19 is where you find him on Twitter. I started with a percentage question. I'll now move to my 1 to 10 question. 1 to 10, how alarmed should I be about Nick Brahms if I'm an Auburn fan right now?
I'd say about 8.
8? 8?
Yeah, you're asking for honesty. Because the thing is, he wasn't even dressed for practice on Saturday, which I guess we could say because there were people in the stadium. They get kind of weird about reporting things for practice, but there were other people in the stadium who took pictures. So he was in a T-shirt and shorts. We'll see where he is. If he's out, do you go with Brandon Council as your center? Then now that takes him away from his tackle position. You have to start filling depth. Jaleel Irvin, maybe Tate. There's a possibilities, but you would like it to be Brahms, but I don't know if he's healthy. We don't know what his injury currently is. They aren't exactly very forthcoming with those kind of things, if you will. But we do know he had that surgery at the end of the season, and he didn't do a lot during spring, and it seems like he may not be able to go. And if he's not able to go, particularly with a quarterback you're not necessarily 100% sure about, you like to have your center be a certainty, and that's not a certainty right now for Auburn.
On the other side of the ball, we talked about some of these transfers, but Jason Jones, 6'6", 330 pounds, guy is a legit space eater. How big of a factor do you think he'll be on that defense?
As big as he is, yes. I mean, no, he's going to be a big factor. I mean, that's very important, the defensive line. I actually think Auburn's going to be really good on defense. If you look at what they have on each layer, linebacker, and secondary, they got playmakers. And I think they'll be a good defense, as good as they were last year, maybe a little bit better, despite losing Smoke Monday and Roger McCreary.
You could see a difference in just schemes and the way games were called from Steele to Mason. Are you able to sense any difference in the way Auburn's going to attack it defensively this year? I know Derek didn't do exactly everything he wanted because he wanted some carryover from Kevin. Do you think this is going to be a big change defensive scheme, or still a lot of what we've seen the last couple of years?
I would say a little bit of a mix. I mean, because Schmetting worked under Derek Mason last year, and a lot of those same principles will carry over from what they want to do as a defense. I mean, again, this is going to be an Auburn team. They want to out-physical you. They want to beat you up. Now, can they do it? We will find out. They've been training for it with all the running, the lifting. They've been going hard. We'll see how it translates to the field, but I think you're going to see a lot of the same of physical, fast defense.
He is Nubyjas Wilborn. You can follow him at nwilborn19. Read his coverage of Auburn at al.com as if you had to guess, Tuesday, Brian Harsin mentioned Tuesday as a date he might name quarterback. I think you guys meet with the team again Tuesday. Am I right about that? So
yeah, the team is off today, so They're doing a video thing. The coaches are watching video literally as we speak right now, going through all that, going through the depth chart. Whether they make it public or not, probably they might make it public, they might not. But by Tuesday, you probably will know who it'll be. At least they'll know. Because the other thing, too, is when we meet with Harsin after that practice, we will also meet with the team captains. One would assume you'd want one of your team captains to be your starting quarterback, right?
Well, you'd think, yeah.
You would think, right? Yeah. Now maybe he holds a captain spot. I mean, there's ways he can play it, but this is supposed to be the first week of actual game prep for the Mercer game. Because keep in mind, next Saturday, they're playing football, son. That's right. At some point, they got to kind of get rolling on this.
It's a different world out there. 67 quarterbacks transferred this past year, including Calzada. If Calzada is QB3, I know it's dangerous to speculate. Is there a chance, though, you could see him transfer back out?
Well, where's he going to go? I mean, is he going to go like Division II or D1 AA? Or I guess both subdivision, excuse me. I owe myself $1 for saying D1 AA. We don't do that anymore. But he can't, as of now, with the rules being as they are today, he'd have to sit out a year.
Unless he got a waiver, which is what Jared Dagey, who transferred from Western Kentucky to Troy, he got a waiver. And Nubyjas, I don't know what the process of that would be, but it seems
there are players who can get waivers, and I don't know Calzada well enough to maybe, but then again, think about it. Like the guy's from Atlanta, so he can't say too much, I'm going closer to home, because where's he going to go? How much closer to home can he get?
Georgia State.
Okay, then they got a quarterback, right? You're going to go in within, less than 3 days and be the starting quarterback in Georgia State?
Georgia Aquarium.
That's true.
Well, there you go.
There you go. We got it. All right, he is Nubyjas Wilborn. Go follow him at nwilborn19. Read him at al.com. Nubyjas, thank you for the time. Great talking with you.
Hey, thank you, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. With us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You listen to Nubyjas there. You listen to everybody talking Auburn. Everybody feels like it's going to be TJ Finley. We'll see when the announcement comes. He made a good point, though. If Finley is a team captain and shows up, that's probably, tomorrow night to meet the media, even if there's no announcement, and probably tips the hand there.
We will tell you about the AP All-American team that has just been announced, preseason All-American team from the Associated Press, after I tell you about the great folks at Crocker Moving Services. They are All-American right there. When they can, they use USA-made equipment and made-in-USA supplies whenever possible at Crocker Moving Services. They're that kind of company. Eric Crocker, the owner there, the names on the building there. And he's a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. And he puts his name on the company because he wants it to be a family affair. Take for instance, Eric and his operation manager, Drew. They have a combined moving experience of 35 years together. And Drew was actually Eric's crew leader on his first day as a mover back in 2005. A lot of veterans work for this company, and as I said, they love using the made in the USA equipment. Here's some great things they do for you, right? They'll move you anywhere in the continental United States. They do your residential or your commercial moving needs. They do it here locally, anywhere in the country, or they will pack up your stuff as well and take it anywhere. Get all the details for everything they offer. Just the great story of Crocker Moving Services online at crockermovingservices.com. crockermovingservices.com. Veteran owned. crockermovingservices.com, one of those moving companies that you need to remember the name when it's time for you to move, whether it's right now or next spring. crockermovingservices.com. AP All-American teams out, and some of these are not surprising. One of them may be on the second team All-American list is Jahmyr Gibbs already.
Wow.
Yeah, second team AP preseason All-American.
That's amazing. I would say that Alabama's got 3 first-teamers.
Is Bijan a first-team running back? Is that your first-team running back?
First-team quarterback is Bryce Young of Alabama. He is your AP All-American. The running backs are Bijan Robinson and Travion Henderson. It's hard to argue with either one of those.
No, absolutely.
Those are the 2 best running backs in my opinion.
And then you roll through some of the other skill positions. Brock Bowers is your tight end. Talented receiving. Boy, you back in the day when I was a kid, they would take the college all-star team and play a preseason game. Now, I never know how they got away with this, letting the college stars go play a preseason game with the NFL before the college camps open, because you're always afraid that somebody was going to get hurt. But imagine rolling out with this receiving core of Jordan Addison, Jackson Smith, and Jigba, and then Keyshawn Boutte of LSU.
Wow.
That's 3 guys that the NFL would even have a hard time covering there with Bryce Young.
Those are 3 future first-round guys.
Yeah. And Deuce Vaughn is an all-purpose player that is on that list.
K-State, man. The guy, nobody knows about him because nobody watches Kansas State football, but he's one of the best football players in America.
Will Anderson is a linebacker, preseason All-American. Eli Ricks is a preseason first-team All-American.
He may not even start if you listen to people from Alabama camp. It is a legit battle between he and Kyrie Jackson.
Jordan Battle is a preseason first-team
All-American. He deserves to be a really good player.
Right there. So that's your first team. And, we don't do a lot of second teams, but in this situation, there's a lot of talented people there like C.J. Stroud at quarterback, who's a second-team All-American there. And some other great – Jahmyr Gibbs comes in as an all-purpose player on that second team. It is out now. We will send that along on our social media platform. But the AP preseason All-American team there as we get to week 0 of the college football season coming up. And if you're looking for kick time of the biggest game of the week, Nebraska and Northwestern, it's an early game, 11:30 a.m. on Fox, which means it's a night game, right, over in Ireland?
Yeah, 7 hours
ahead. Yeah, so that'll work out good. But Brock Hewitt, who's on the call, friend of the show, it says they'll be calling that from the studio out in L.A.
Yeah, they're not going over the pond. Unfortunately for him, I would love that trip. What is the second most intriguing game to you? Vandy, Hawaii?
That one's intriguing to me because of Vanderbilt. But like I said earlier, I like Wyoming and Illinois at 3 o'clock in the Big Ten Network. That'll be a fun game to watch.
Charlotte, FAU. I don't know what that's going to give me.
Yeah,
I like the Charlotte coach.
West Virginia, Pitt.
No, that's not until Thursday night.
That's not until Thursday night. Yeah. I had to throw some Thursday and Friday on so you could look ahead there on the slate. But I think North Texas and UTEP could be a fun game as well.
Yeah.
I mean, North Texas right now only a 1-point favorite, so I mean they view that as a toss-up game.
That Vandy Hawaii game, I continue to point out 9,500 people in that stadium. That is going to be a sleepy broadcast.
Yeah,
there.
a lot of people forget that the Aloha Stadium was condemned. So when you turn on, I think everyone will turn on Hawaii expecting to see the familiar setting.
That's right, the sunset over the Aloha Stadium. Yeah. Nope.
And it'll look like you're turning into the World Lacrosse League or something.
Yeah, it's going to be a sleepy setting.
Rockstar, if you will, give me cut number 5. Here's Brian Harsin again. not again, it's Brian Harsin on the quarterback situation. You just heard us talk about what is going on at Auburn. So how do the quarterbacks play in the scrimmage? And, you know, when you're scrimmaging, that's one of the great telltale signs of a quarterback battle. Here's what Brian Harsin had to say about his quarterbacks in the latest scrimmage.
I thought TJ did some really good things in the scrimmage as far as just managing the clock and the situations and making sure that we didn't have to call timeouts. So he has a really good awareness on the field. I thought Robbie made some plays, just standing in the pocket and throwing. He made some plays with his feet and getting out and scrambling and making a few throws. Zach did a nice job as well. He moved the chains and scored touchdowns. So all three guys, you know, Holden didn't get a ton of reps in the scrimmage, but those three guys mainly, they all did some positive things that we needed to see from them.
Okay, now it has been a consistent thing lately. He always goes in order. TJ, Robbie, Zach.
Yep. Every single time he talks about him in those order, that order, it seems like.
The more surprising thing is that Calzada is the number 3.
I'm with you. I am baffled by this because anybody I talk to that has seen Robbie Ashford in practice tells me accuracy is a huge issue for him. He's not a refined passer. Can kill you with his legs, but not a refined passer. And for him to be leading Calzada right now just blows my mind.
TJ Finley's never showed me any accuracy.
No, I'm with you 100%.
And he ain't got wheels.
No.
I don't want to go Jimmy body language on you, but if you go back to Auburn, Oklahoma basketball game when I was courtside and they introduced the newcomers, what did I tell you about Zach Calzada?
I can't remember, but something jumped out at you. You didn't think he was comfortable to be there or something?
Yeah, it didn't look like he belonged. And Holden Gerner had the crowd that day.
Yeah, which, by the way, I mean, that's the forgotten guy here, and he's a distant fourth. I mean, as Brian Harsin just talked about, he didn't really take any snaps in this scrimmage, which tells you they're, right now at least, not even considering looking his way.
But I've seen where Harsin has said he's one of the best throwers he's ever seen.
Yeah, I know, which is interesting, right? Because we've seen TJ Finley.
If he's the best option, we've seen true freshman quarterbacks over the last couple of years make impacts.
Well, and you wonder if...
And at some point, if it's really going south on you, you put a young quarterback in to say, listen, this is the guy we got to play. This is for the future.
That's right.
And you try to save your job by planning for the future.
That's why when I put that over-under, I forgot who was on with us last week, and I said over-under on Auburn quarterback starting this year 2.5.
I take Brittany Decker. She took slightly under.
It was.
I'd take the over right now, Lance. 2.5 is where you would put it. I'd take the over.
Connor O'Gara.
Yeah,
I'd put the over. Yeah, I think 4 quarterbacks might ultimately play this year.
Okay, not play, start.
Start, I would go 3.
Because that's how you phrased it.
I'd go 3 at start. Yeah,
that's how you phrase it. Was start.
3 start, 4 play.
Because playing is I mean, everybody plays. You get everybody in the game.
You know, and the funny thing is, they got Calzada for a reason. He might not be practicing well. There are some guys that practice incredibly well and play bad when the lights are on. Mm-hmm. And there are others that don't practice well and they just play exceptionally well. So maybe you roll Calzada out there and he plays lights out. Who knows?
Speaking of moving on, it has happened again for Lynn J. Dixon. UT has cut him from the roster. He was a UT commitment but flipped and went to Clemson instead. Left Clemson, went to West Virginia. Left West Virginia, showed up at Tennessee. Was going to be eligible for 2022, according to Josh Heupel, but got to the point now where he has been cut loose from the program. Some Lynn J. Dixon is on the move. John Emery, man, we've been waiting on this guy to live up to potential at LSU. He's been suspended the first 2 games for academics, according to report. And cornerback Rodarius Jones has been suspended for the season, according to reports at LSU camp. For academic reasons.
Yeah, and back to Tennessee, too. This Brew McCoy deal is kind of weird.
And then Brew McCoy, finally, Trey Wallace of Outkick and others reporting that USC finally released an official statement. They said, we have given him a waiver from the beginning.
That's right.
We have not held him back at all. It has been in the NCAA's lap for months, and it's up to the NCAA to clear him. We at USC officially said we've done everything we can to say we don't care.
Yeah, I'm starting to think Brew McCoy, and I saw flashes at USC, but the guy was never on the field, was always in trouble, and you start to wonder if this is going to be. I'm trying to think of another guy that was as highly recruited as Brew McCoy that was a complete bust.
Whew. I mean, you could think of some quarterbacks. Maybe, but I don't know. This guy.
Brew McCoy was a two-way player that was can't miss.
Yeah.
Is what everybody said.
I mean, nobody immediately jumps to mind. I'm sure there's some obvious ones, but right now, Tennessee can't get the guy eligible to play, whether he's a bust or not. They can't even get him on the field. Yeah. And like Jim said, it appears to be the NCAA that's holding this up.
Yeah, as Patrick says, if we're doing our headlines, something's brewing with McCoy at Tennessee.
Strange brew.
Looking forward to those headlines coming back next week when we start our spotlight. All right, Dr. B's getting LT's hair, as you can see right here, ready for the football season.
Looking good.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah, thanks, fellas.
What's it called? A warm front, cold front, hot front, heat front. What's not a cold front? The opposite of a cold front is
warm front.
Warm front. Got a warm front moving in right there.
Smooth sailing. Yeah. Get that landing.
With age, for most, unfortunately, comes a little hair loss. When it started to happen to me this year, I asked around. Everybody said Dr. Beckenstein is the guy you need to call. They performed genetic testing on me to determine the best course of treatment. It's cutting edge. Dr. B, the only one in the state offering it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics and formulate compounds and prescriptions to their profile. This is an absolute game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting to go over my options. We chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which will help increase thickness and health of my hair. Dr. Beckenstein takes pride in treating each patient personally, applying his expertise to produce those quality results. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. B for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. Beckenstein today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell them the Next Round sent you.
As Smuff says right there in the headlines, let us celebrate Dr. B's work on LT's hair.
I got that.
The salad there. Okay, when we come back, trash on the other side. And we'll do a you make the call on the play for these two guys. We'll set you up with 5.1 seconds to play in a high school football game. What play would these guys call next?
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Banking isn't just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org, America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
Hey parents, is your son or daughter moving to Tuscaloosa this fall? Tyler Bigby can help. Listen to this former client of Tyler's.
Hello folks, my name is Toby Banks, and Tyler has helped us sell, buy, and sell again while our sons were at Bama. We saved over $84,000 by purchasing a home through Tyler versus paying rent for 7 years.
If you're considering buying or selling, call Tyler Bigby with the Advantage Realty Group, 205-826-6476. Once again, that's 205-826-6476.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or callwaynes.com.
Okay, this part of the show, You Make the Call, brought to you by the Pants Store. They will get you ready for game day. I'll give you time to think about it. High school football, 5.1 second left. Don't show it yet, Forrester. 5.1 seconds left. You got one play. You got to go 70 yards. What play you calling? Think about it. Make your call here in just a second. The Pants Store is the call if you're looking for great game day gear. The only place to get the best gear for game day. The Pants Store, one of their 5 locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantstore.com, and follow them on all the Pants Store social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O and Gentile, and the fashion for women, the wives, the daughters, the girlfriends, the moms, whatever. It's specifically game day wear designed for women. The Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn. The game is Westerville Central against Westerville North. Westerville Central is down 20-17, 5.1 left. What play do you call? Got to go 70 yards, one play.
Fullback dive. No, I would go with a hook and ladder. I mean, you've got to do something gimmicky. So I go hook and ladder. So I'm probably doing about a 20-yard out. Then I do the pitch on the hook and ladder, and then you've got people that are tailing.
Yeah, we got to tail and just never go out of bounds, never go down.
So hook and ladder, like Tony Nathan Dolphins Christmas Day back in the day in the 80s, or Boise State, Oklahoma.
Or Dolphins against the Patriots. I would do the same thing. You do the hook and ladder, and then everybody chase, and you pitch it. My pet peeve is when guys go down or go out of bounds with the ball.
Yeah.
You just throw it up in the air. It doesn't matter. Throw it up behind you and see what happens.
Yeah, the best example ever was when Hunter Henry chunked the ball.
Blind chunk.
It
and
was
right at
4th and 26.
I know, right at
Alex Collins scoops it up and takes it in.
There were 22 guys on the field. The one guy they didn't want to get it was Alex Collins. It goes right in his hands.
Westerville Central, one play to go. Can they score their touchdown? Forrester, roll the video. Set it up. Here we go. Team down by 3.
Do you like Westerville Central normally or Westerville North?
Well, North. I don't understand why they got so many people close to the line here. Back up. They got to score a touchdown.
Safeties aren't deep.
Got to score a touchdown.
This guy coming up. What are you doing?
Yeah, they've got to score a touchdown. Fell into the trap.
Yeah.
The hook and ladder.
There it is.
And now he's going to outrun everybody.
Terrible defense.
You know what? They're not going to keep him off the field tonight.
No,
I fire the defense coordinator.
Yeah, white team coach has got to answer for this.
Yeah, I mean, safety should have been 25 yards
Terrible
back.
defense. What are you doing?
High school football, fantastic finishes. Lunsford saw a rarity on Friday. Thompson got beat badly over in Georgia.
Really? I didn't even know that.
38-7, I think, was the score. Buford, I believe, number 1 in Georgia.
Well, I would hope if they're beating Thompson like that.
Thompson, number 1 in Alabama, 38-7. Yeah, so those two will probably not play each other again this year, right?
Right, that's out of conference, yeah.
Yeah. All right, so here we go. It is time for Trash. Hit the big button, Rockstar. It's brought to you every day by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, your old man passed away, right?
Oh, wow.
No, not yet. Oh, I thought he did. I thought the judge was dead.
My brother died.
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Oh, so bad. Kevin's right. The Hunter Henry pitch won Alabama a national championship.
No, there's zero doubt. Arkansas.
Love that guy, says Kevin.
Ole Miss goes to the SEC championship game without that play.
Robbie Tatum says, I'd go 2nd and 26 on a go route if I had to.
It was open.
Hey, inflation out in full force, and now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to our friends at Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. They know the financial hardships that are coming for renters, and they want to help you make the best investment for your future. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. Start first with the Mullet Championship finalist. Call it a Kentucky Waterfall, Tennessee Top Hat, or a Missouri Compromise. At the end of the day,
I thought we were going mullet toss for a while.
It's the iconic haircut, the mullet.
Oh. My gosh. Is Rust in the winner here?
No, I'll show you the winner.
Oh, that's not the winner?
No, this is just a finalist, man.
Look at those cute little curls.
I mean, that is a cute kid, too.
This is this year's USA Mullet Championship. Finalists in the kids and teens categories were selected earlier this week, and it's up to the online voters to decide who wins the dubious honor of the champion mullet head when the polls close on Friday.
How about that's a lot of hair for a kid that age, by the way. I mean, that is a long head of hair.
It really is. And how about Pocahontas? I didn't know we had a city named
Pocahontas, Arkansas.
Yeah.
Cash. That's a
Of course he's named Cash.
And he's from Kentucky. We've got Arkansas and Kentucky so far.
So contestants pay $10 to enter, and CBS reports that, quote, all of the donations are going to the Michigan Wig Foundation for Kids. First place winners take home a whopping $2,500 prize.
Wow. Oh, I like the shaved sides by Epic.
The name, Epic.
Yep.
Yeah. By the way, Texas, another SEC state. So 3 for 3 on states in the SEC.
You're right, Jim.
Florida, another one, Hilliard.
Stunner that Florida's got one in there.
Boy, that is quite the mullet right there.
Florida man. Is that the winner, Rockstar?
No, I'll have to pull it. There's another thing I have to pull first.
He's got a little
Weird Al Yankovic.
Little Kenny Powers.
Yeah. Yeah, boy. Curl. You think he has to perm that up, or is that natural curl, you think?
Oof. I'm going to say natural.
You think so?
Yep. I'm going to say natural.
It's a mess.
That is a mess. There's no doubt.
And Rockstar's going to pull up the winner. But was there ever a time? I mean,
I had a mullet.
The mullet back in the day?
Yeah.
Again, I never had one in my. I had wings that touched my collar, but I don't think it was a mullet.
Yeah,
really.
mine wasn't exotic.
Yeah.
Like I didn't have the shave, the side shaved. It was just long in the back.
Yeah, I just let mine grow out, wings flipped out, touch the collar. That's about the best. Oh, is this our winner right here? Holy crap! The glasses too.
Is that a girl or a guy?
Oh no, it's a little kid. I think it's a dude.
What's his name?
Emmett
Bailey.
Emmett Bailey.
Where's Emmett from? I wonder. Keep it in the SEC.
Yeah.
Looks like Wisconsin.
Yep. Little man could eat corn through a picket fence.
Yeah, Big Ten, man.
Could eat corn through a picket fence. I mean, he's got a lot going on there. He's got the sides shaved, the top spiked, and a mohawk. And
he's a ginger.
And he's a ginger.
And everybody's wearing those sunglasses.
The curly mullet. Yeah, those glasses are big now, right?
Got a little Joe Hunk in him with that spiked hair there, right?
Spiked hair. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All right, next story.
Quite the look. How about this headline? Pilots, plural, fall asleep at 37,000 feet, miss landing.
Yeah, miss landing is the bad part about this.
Well, like they wake him up. We've already landed, Joe. Wake up.
No, did I miss the landing again?
2 Ethiopian Airlines pilots fell asleep while flying a flight from Sudan to Ethiopia and missed their landing. Now, the incident took place on Monday. While the pilots fell asleep, the Boeing 737's autopilot system kept the plane cruising at 37,000 feet. The outlet further said, went on to say the aircraft remained on the ground for about 2.5 hours before departing for its next flight. I'm going to assume they got new pilots.
Yeah, I would hope.
Why? Those were arrested.
The air traffic control tried to contact the pilot several times, couldn't succeed. When the plane overflew the runway where it was supposed to land, the autopilot disconnected. That triggered an alarm, which fortunately woke up the pilots.
I think that's why it's designed.
Then maneuvered the aircraft around for landing on the runway 25 minutes later. Fortunately, no one was harmed, and the plane landed safely.
So if the plane landed safely and everything, would you want to know if you were a
No,
passenger?
no. I would not have wanted to know.
But listen, I mean, we're to the point now we've got Teslas cruising down the interstate while the drivers are working on laptops because they can drive themselves. How long until, we fly drones from Vegas to the other side of the world. How long are we to where we don't need pilots anymore? Where we just fly these things?
I think the thing pilots is mostly takeoff and landing. I think that's more.
Yeah.
So you think once we get in the air, the pilots
I think so.
could take a nap.
But you don't think we're close to the point of just somebody with a joystick landing that thing from a place in Vegas?
Would you feel comfortable with that?
No, I'd rather have somebody.
Good luck, guys. I ain't gonna be with you. I got a little joystick.
I want a man on the scene.
Bad Wi-Fi connection.
Yeah, I'd like somebody on the scene.
A Ghanaian man presently receiving treatment in hospital after reportedly accidentally cutting his own genitals off while he was sleeping.
I mean, does it start as a threat? I promise you, if you don't back up, I'm going to cut them.
Kofi Ada, 47-year-old farmer, said he chopped part of his meat off after dozing off on the chair, during which he dreamt he was cutting meat. Quote, I was sitting in my chair, I dozed off in my sleep. I dreamt I was cutting some meat in front of me. I don't remember how I picked up the knife, he told BBC. Neighbors who heard his screams for help probably thought he was being attacked. They rushed to his home in a bid to come to his rescue. They, however, found him alone in the room bleeding, rushed him to the hospital where he's being treated. Ada now says he seeks the help of well-wishers in raising money required to undergo a reconstructive surgery.
Oof. That's a bad mistake to make. I mean, it's back-to-back going to sleep at a really, really bad time here.
Well, I mean, he's not sleepwalking. He is sleepwhacking. What's he doing in this situation here?
He's sleepwhacking.
Yeah, I think you're right, Jim. Man.
What is the substance people take to sleep? Adderall's the opposite. Ambien.
Yep.
Like, I've heard some nightmare stories of people sleepwalking, doing some crazy stuff
people
on
get in
Ambien.
their car and drive.
Yeah. But then I've also heard people blame a bad text or a bad call. Oh, I was on Ambien. Don't even remember sending it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's probably an excuse.
Well, I mean, if you chop your meat off on Ambien.
Well, I'm gonna put that one in the actually on Ambien category.
I'm being unsafe.
Yeah, I don't know if he was on Ambien or not. He's a farmer, so it could have been.
So he's a farmer, not a butcher?
He's both now.
he may have gone into the wrong field.
You usually receive gifts from colleagues after leaving a job, but Branka Olika decided to get her coworkers presents instead.
I bet Branka's a looker. We're going to see her rock star.
The 24-year-old made them sorry for your lost candles so they could mourn her leaving.
Orange and chili?
Orange and chill, bro.
And then there's fig and melon.
No, I think it is chili.
It's chili.
Where's she going? Fans only?
Yeah.
Or only fan?
Yeah, just that white balance.
So she left her job and she gave them a sorry for your lost candle, I'm leaving?
Yeah. That she looked like she printed from home.
Yeah.
No broad brush here. The dental assistant from Australia said, quote, I wanted to do something to give to everyone when I left, and I just suddenly had this idea to make these sorry for your lost candles as a joke.
So you believe the X after loss is there for a reason, LT? You think that's an indicator of her future endeavors?
Yeah. I don't know if that smells like Gwyneth's candle, but we can only imagine, right?
So somebody said you left 2 X's off mine.
Yes, I get a little hints of orange and a little bit of chili.
Yeah, it smells fantastic.
What was the other? Fig and melon?
Fig and melon. Yeah.
Those Australians are weirdos.
Yep.
Anyway, candles for everybody. I like candles, though.
I don't mind a candle.
Yeah.
What flavor? I mean, what scent do you know? I like the fall scents.
I like the fall scents.
Fall and Christmas.
Yeah.
I don't like to eat or taste cinnamon, but I like the smell of a little cinnamon in the candle.
I'll go to like a Bed Bath & Beyond, especially during the holiday season, and just load up on those candles.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is no joke. Forrest will back me up here. Somebody's burning candles on our top floor here today at the at the Blue Lake
seance.
Center.
Yeah.
I mean, it smells really good in the hallway.
Yeah. We could burn candles in here, right?
We could burn sage when Rams play.
Good
we
luck.
could, yeah.
I burned some Las Vegas tickets in here.
You did. You did. And I appreciate that. And again, he doesn't believe in the jinx. Here are some disturbing facts. In the original Little Red Riding Hood, the wolf forced her to eat her grandma.
Oh, my.
Should we edit that out?
I mean, that's cannibalism, Rockstar.
Yeah, that is. You are right. You were right about that.
But it was also a talking wolf.
It was, yeah.
Another disturbing fact, on average, person walks past 36 murderers in their lifetime.
Yeah, I've heard this stat before.
Just walk the streets of Chicago for a couple of days.
Yeah, no joke.
You might witness a couple.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about some of the cities. Birmingham can be rough as much as I love this city. But if you've been to Chicago, New Orleans, New York City, and you spent L.A., you spent an amount of time there, I guarantee I've walked past 100
Do you think you personally...
Go 100?
I'd go 100.
Do you think you personally know a murderer?
Yes.
Do you know a murderer?
Does he know you know he's a murderer?
What?
You do not have to answer that.
Oh, you stay out of this. Do you know for sure that you know a murderer?
No, I don't.
Do you think you do?
I think
Object,
I probably
relevance.
do. Yeah. I probably
Seriously, Your Honor.
I'll allow it. Tread lightly, Mr. Brown.
No, I know people that have killed people, but it's a lot of military
that's
guys.
military. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know those people. Now we have one up here in studio. I think Mike White's got kills, doesn't he?
Yeah, he probably wouldn't want to talk about it, but I would say
No, I guarantee he
Mike
does.
White's got a lot of kills.
I was a freaking seal.
Yeah. More disturbing facts. By the way, we need to get him in. Forrester, when can we do another last call? Whenever?
Yeah.
I want to get Mike in.
Yeah,
Not today.
I think we could.
Production's booked today.
No, I get it. We got to start Players Club.
You bet, man.
Bama and Bourbon.
What are y'all
Bama
doing
and
around 1
Bourbon?
o'clock today?
Yeah, I say we
got a meeting at 1.
I say we do a meeting at 1 o'clock. We plan some of this stuff out.
We're going to have to cover in this meeting coming up at 1.
Another disturbing fact. Cruise ships have morgues just in case someone dies.
I've heard of this.
Oh, it's
yeah.
100% true.
Yeah, I've heard that.
So last night there was a Viking funeral. So I've thought about this.
George?
I think because I want to be cremated. You want to be cremated, right?
Yeah. I will be cremated.
I want to do Viking funeral.
Jeff George.
And what I want to do is I want to have probably 100 people that have an opportunity with a flaming arrow to hit me as I float out.
So we sell you out on Lake Martin.
Yeah, and I'm going to leave $25,000 to whoever hits me.
Well, we did. We had a friend pass away, and we did a Viking funeral with him. We just did a bunch of photos and stuff like that, stuff he loved, and then we put in a little small lake, and we pushed it out probably 20 feet out, and we had a bow and arrow, and I think 5 people took shots at it. We had gasoline on it and everything. It never lit. I mean, it was precision accuracy.
Well, that's why I want to get 100 people that actually know how to work
So it was a lit arrow, but it would not light the float.
It would hit the float. It would not ignite it.
Yeah. So you're going to leave $25,000 to the person that can hit your
carcass.
To hit the boat with you floating in it.
And then it burns. You want your
y'all
carcass
are
to
gonna wrap
burn.
me and put a ton of gas on me.
Yeah. And then
I think the alcohol will do it.
Already, I think Sterling at Champy's Chicken says he'll donate meals for the week
so
to anybody that hits it. So we'll just build a whole prize package.
Yeah. This will be good.
We'll get a
Bud Light's
sponsor.
in. Bud Light says they will donate a month's worth of beer.
That's right.
For your going away party.
Okay.
Going away party.
Yeah.
Going away party.
Going away for a while.
Sayonara.
Ain't coming back party.
Hey, so we're spreading Chuck's ashes on Thursday. So he would have been 75. So I will be off the show on Friday.
Right.
But I heard it's illegal to spread ashes, so I'm gonna have to get
illegal where?
Pretty much
beach.
everywhere. Yeah.
Well, back-to-back years it happened at the Iron Bowl, and I remember that was a big concern. Is people were like, hey, this is not legal to do. We know you want to. Your loved ones loved Alabama football or Auburn football, but back-to-back years, somebody spread it on the field at the Iron Bowl.
Zach says Lake Martin probably will not allow it, but he's offering up the Sipsey River for you.
Oh, gosh.
We can do it on the Coosa, too, right?
I don't know, man.
Smith Lake probably ain't
Of
the
course,
first
that
time.
whole thing might catch fire, right?
That is,
Wait, I'm not done yet.
okay.
All right. Okay.
Go ahead.
In the 1800s, dentures were made out of real teeth of deceased people.
I've heard that.
Oh.
Yeah, that sucks.
How about this one? Dogs like squeaky toys because they mimic the screams of their prey.
Oh, I didn't
Is
know
that why?
According to these disturbing
Yeah, it's
facts.
like you're killing something.
That's
over and over.
alarming.
And our final one, and I've heard this before, but I don't know how you know this. When you die, your hearing is the last sense you lose. Again, I have never talked to somebody that's died before. Have you guys?
I tried to.
Can you still hear me? He says he can. Can you still hear me? He says he can. Can you see me, though? He can't see me.
But that also means your ability to think and process is still there then if you can hear something, right?
Yeah.
That's bizarre. Yeah. Don't talk about people till you know they're dead.
That is Trash Today, brought to you by our friends at Mortgage Rate.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen. Market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Rate's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR today to get a new home before your chance is gone. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
And the show being brought to you by Champy's Chicken, open now for lunch on Highway 119 in Alabaster, and perfect for your tailgate this year, champyschicken.com.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter @RockstarBHM.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village, or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, OneManInAToolbox.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family, all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Already on the show today, we've talked about Alabama and Auburn scrimmages with some beat reporters from Tuscaloosa and down in Auburn. Eric Mac Lain was with us to talk about our number 4 team in the 40 and 40, the Clemson Tigers. A little bit more on them and our 4 downs, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Yeah, 4 great locations, soon to be a 5th location in Pell City. Get a look at the brake pads, the wheels, the tires. Doing this off script.
The gasket. Gasket.
It's all about ball bearings, boys.
Yeah. Some
the
brake.
undercarriage. If you have any problems with your undercarriage, these guys can handle it.
Brake lights.
Again, 4 locations, soon to be a 5th. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Honk your horn.
First down.
Current job longer, Dabo Swinney or Lincoln Riley?
Ooh, that's a tough one there. I mean, Dabo can be a lifer at Clemson should he choose. But I don't know how much... he's already been, 10 years?
I think he's 12.
12?
Right
well, I tell you what, Tommy Bowden got fired in 2008, and he took over as
2009
interim.
was his first year.
Yeah, first full year was 2009. So
they consider this is year 15.
Yeah, he's been at it a while. I'll go Lincoln Riley.
Lincoln Riley, still very, very popular with the NFL. But he's got an NFL-like job at USC. I'm going to say Dabo is at his current job longer, that Lincoln Riley moves on to the NFL. Could slide right into the LA Chargers job if they don't meet expectations.
They're going to have to pay. They're going to have to jack up what they pay in the NFL. Lincoln Riley's making more than probably any NFL coach.
I mean, right there with them.
Or as much as.
I think Lincoln Riley a little bit longer just because of age.
I do too.
You don't think
Second down.
Sean McVay is making same money as Lincoln Riley?
Oh yeah, it's close.
It's close, but
I think McVay is on his bump. I think he's probably the highest paid coach in football.
And what do you
now.
think he's making?
Probably 11 or 12.
Yeah, I mean that's not that much more than what Lincoln Riley's making, if anything at all.
Okay, speaking of the Rams, more wins: Clemson or Rams? Regular season.
I like it when you.
Did they move Dabo and Clemson to Los Angeles?
He can't go Carolina, even though they've named Baker Mayfield the starter today. And that doesn't matter. I think I'll take Clemson with more wins. I think this is a 1-loss team, or an undefeated team, 11 or 12 wins.
Yeah, you only get the regular season.
Yeah.
11-1. I still think the Rams can be better than 11-1. I mean, you're talking about 5 losses if you're 12-5. At worst, it's going to be a tie, 11-6. That sounds very pedestrian for the Rams, 11-6.
I watched a little bit of your game.
Aaron Donald's back, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I watched a little bit of your game Friday night, and by the way, your boy Whitworth was comparing McVay to Nick Saban. He played for Saban at LSU.
Yeah, I got your text on that. Yeah, I was watching. We actually had the Texans.
Yeah.
Minus the 2.5. So got home on that
and McVay got pissed at Lovie Smith, I think, for something Lovie Smith did. So he challenged to play with like 4 minutes to go in a preseason game. Challenged to play. Like, come on, Sean.
Yeah. So, I'm going to take the Rams.
I'll take the Rams too.
Third down.
More total touchdowns in 2022. Will Shipley with Clemson or Jahmyr Gibbs with Alabama?
I'll go Jahmyr Gibbs. I think he's going to have a massive year. I'm just still not 100% sold on Shipley for some reason.
I think I would go Jahmyr Gibbs too.
You want to stake it?
Yeah. Let's think about it.
Okay.
Come back to it.
Okay.
Fourth down.
Dua Lipa, 27 today.
Big fan.
James Corden, 44.
Not as big a fan.
Ultimately better career.
People hate James Corden in person. He's supposed to be a ASS hole.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
I like Dua Lipa.
He just demands excellence, Rockstar.
Demands excellence
from people
Not
he
from
works
his body,
with.
And Dua Lipa's always got a different look. Can you pull some images real quick and just?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a big fan. You are, right?
Yeah.
Dunaway?
No, I like her. I even
Brown,
like
you
her.
it?
I like her
think her
music.
music's good. yeah.
The only song I'm aware she does is that one song.
She does a ton of
Well, I
stuff.
know. I'm said the one I'm aware of.
The
Lance.
Levitate?
Yeah, Levitate. That's a good song.
But
I really have no idea what she looks like.
Bad, and then she can look great.
Yeah.
Yeah. You say that as we pull up 16 images at once, and sometimes she looks good, and sometimes she looks
I like
great.
the seductive back up top.
I like
the
when-
Amazon music.
I like when she looks like 80s skater girl.
Yeah, I like that one right there.
The one, that's a little Kardashian for me.
I can handle it.
Looks like a Kardashian. Yeah.
Just subtle tats?
Yeah, I'm
Are
going to
those
say.
what you would call subtle tats,
I would say
Rocky?
subtle. Yeah, they're very small.
Is that lucky number 7?
I don't know.
She's got an angel on her shoulder.
Looks like
I'm doubting that.
You think devil's on the other shoulder?
Yeah. Looks like a little person did her tattoos. Well, they're big to me. I think.
Bushy eyebrows.
Yeah, I think I would go with. James Corden. I say it's hard to get a bunch of hits in music.
I think she's already had like 3 or 4 top 10 hits.
Yeah, I mean, what happens also is that she is an artist that people will do songs with, right?
Yeah, the collaborations.
Yeah.
I mean, she's got the Elton John collaboration.
Yeah, so
he's collaborated with Adele.
Yeah, boy, is he
Celine
hard up?
Dion, Red Hot Chili Peppers.
I'll go Dua Lipa.
Yeah.
I'll go Dua Lipa too.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that's 4
Shocker
downs.
here. That's the first time I've ever seen what she looks like. I don't know anything about
I'm
her.
with you.
I can find you better pictures than you found.
I believe you can on your phone.
And that was I got them pinned up on my wall right next to Browns in the women's
How many
prison.
Instagram followers does she have?
I don't think I follow her. That's dumb. I don't follow her on
it
Instagram.
is stupid.
You
because I
would
bet
be
you get a lot
amazed.
of-
Like, just take a guess how many Ariana Grande's got.
115 million.
Yeah, you said it one day, like 100 million, I think is what it was.
I think now she's got more than we've got in the. What do we have? 310 million people in the country.
Yep.
I think she's got that. I'll tell you right now.
She's worldwide, though. Her and that bald guy from Miami.
Jeff Bezos.
Oh, you're talking about Pitbull. Yeah, maybe we can come back to this.
Yeah. Damn it, I can't find it.
All right, top of the hour right here. Vulcan Tires brought you that 4 downs right there. 5th location coming soon. One more hour of the show to come when we come back on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
Holly Mac Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mac Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymachomes.com, and let Holly Mac Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories. Wayne's Pest Control has taken pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart System. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lance'sLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lance'sLock.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Thank you so much to our friends at Bud Light, the makers of Bud Light Next, 0 carbs and 80 calories, and also to the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio, where we broadcast from today. Don't forget, a lot of fun out at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio every weekend, but especially during football weekends, which start this weekend. Week 0 gets us rolling. The big game on the schedule, Nebraska and Northwestern, that could set the tone for the season for Scott Frost and the Cornhuskers. A few headlines right here, brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Brett McMurphy reporting this hour that Oregon's president and athletic director met with the Big Ten Commissioner Kevin Warren in Chicago at the end of last week, discussing whether or not Oregon is a viable option for future expansion in the Big Ten. The Big Ten signed their 7-year media rights deal, $7 billion a year last week. But as Brett McMurphy reports, he has learned there's an escalator clause in that deal that if they expand with the certain teams, it could go up to $10 billion a year. That's already in writing there. The Action Network, who McMurphy works for, has learned that the Big Ten is planning to expand past 16 schools, and they are targeting Notre Dame, along with Oregon, Washington, Stanford, and Cal from the Pac-12. That is something to keep an eye on as we continue to move forward here.
Cal is obviously the outlier there, and that is probably them throwing Cal the bone to make sure they get UCLA, because Cal and that whole system is trying to cause a stink with the UCLA deal.
Well, they're talking about, hey, the athletic program's pretty much done.
Yeah, so you got to imagine they would add Cal. I mean, Berkeley is close to San Francisco, gives you, I guess, another good market there. I don't know how much people care about Cal in San Francisco.
But, if you're going from 16 to, if you get 5 of those there, or Notre Dame doesn't come yet and you get to 20, you wonder if that's, sparks an SEC counter move at that point. Something to keep an eye on as you move forward. With that backdrop, Florida State's president, Richard McCullough, said over the weekend that Florida State would be very aggressive during this time of realignment to make sure Florida State stays relevant.
Well, you notice in McMurphy's report, everything is West. They don't appear, at least according to his report, to be thinking about North Carolina or people like that.
Or Virginia, the schools in the East.
It looks like maybe they've surrendered some of those to the SEC if they want any of them.
Yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that changing landscape as Brett McMurphy leading the way in reporting that right there. Some news from on the football field. We talked scrimmages earlier, but Eli Ricks was dressed, could have played if it was a game. He'll be back at practice tomorrow, according to Nick Saban. Over the weekend, Jack Miller, it came out that he had thumb surgery. He's going to miss at least the first 2 games, according to Billy Napier, who says he wants Anthony Richardson to run the ball more after the Florida scrimmage. And good news for Georgia fans, Kendall Milton is healthy and is trending towards being ready for the opening of the season there. He had been slowed a little bit by injuries right there. So those are some of your headlines. Football tonight includes Falcons and Jets on ESPN. NFL exhibition season continues, and the Braves are back in action at Pittsburgh after a good weekend against the Astros.
Were you guys ever able to hunt down who we had starting quarterbacks for the quarterback battles?
I cannot find it anywhere.
One of y'all had Jack Miller.
I remember us doing this segment. I will make it an effort to do it after the show, but I swear I wrote it down somewhere.
As we now move to some bold predictions, pour yourself a nice drink with our friends at Redmond Vodka. Drink responsibly. Redmond, bringing our bold part of the show today, LT.
Yeah, Redmond Vodka continues to grow. Local product. It's in 20 states now, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, including the pink package in the beverage place.
All right, it is our guy, Brad Crawford. He's been on the show before, 24/7 Sports. He does 22 bold predictions ahead of the 2022 season. We will not do all 22. But what this always ends up being is our debate on whether it's bold or not, and then do we agree with it. Number 22, Kentucky finishes second in the SEC East.
It's not bold.
Not bold.
Not bold. Do we agree with it?
Not bold, and I don't think it happens.
I think Tennessee's going to finish second.
I agree with you. I think Tennessee will finish second. I tell you, he's doing a good job recruiting in South Carolina. It won't impact this year, but they got another 4-star defensive lineman over the weekend, Javian Hardy, who picked South Carolina over Florida, Auburn, Georgia, and Florida State. He's a Georgia guy. I mean, the number of 4-stars that Shane Beamer has brought in, doing a tremendous job. Doesn't impact the season this year.
But on pace to be maybe the best recruiting class they've ever had is what the analysts are saying.
I think what you're going to get is you're going to get more SEC West-like, because you're getting teams at the bottom now in the middle that can beat teams on any given Saturday at the top.
Yeah, but I'm buying Tennessee this year, and don't be surprised with Florida. I mean, if they somehow can pull out that Utah game. Now you got Florida, who without Chris Rodriguez, Kentucky's running back won't play in that Florida game. That could be another win for Florida. So all of a sudden they may have moved ahead of Kentucky too.
Look, they're only getting 2.5 points. I mean, the game's virtually a pick against Utah.
Yep.
Number 19, NC State reaches a New Year's Six bowl.
I agree.
So not bold, and you agree.
I had NC State as my number 5 team in our poll.
Seems high.
I disagree. I could see them being whatever the highest non-New Year's Six bowl representative is for the ACC this year.
Right.
I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's
where that bowl is. I don't either.
I don't either.
Yeah, but you don't think New Year's Six then?
I don't
think they go to like a Las Vegas bowl or something like that.
I mean, in my eyes, Clemson's either in the playoffs or just misses the playoffs, and they're in that New Year's Six slot.
I don't know if NC State, outside of the Phillip Rivers year, I think that's the only time they've ever won 10 games in the history of the program.
Right.
And they're coming off a 9-3.
And you heard Eric Mac Lain say earlier from the ACC Network, you get a little of this vibe with Auburn fans. They usually say when we're expected to do a lot, we don't. When we're not expected to do anything, we do. he sort of said the same thing about NC State. So the expectations are high, and he says historically, when the expectations are this high for NC State, they usually fall flat.
Number 17, Vandy goes over the 2.5 wins. Actually, I find that kind of bold.
It's a big weekend for them. They open up at Hawaii to go over 2.5 would be huge. None of these have been bold yet.
Yeah, I don't think that's bold because they're going to
3
beat
wins
Hawaii.
at Vandy. You
Okay,
say that.
They're
They're
going to
only
beat
favored by
Hawaii
a touchdown.
and they'll beat Elon, and then they've got Northern Illinois. Yeah, I think they go over the I feel pretty good about that.
Number 16, Oregon is hanging by a thread in the top 25 midseason. Hanging by a thread.
Agree. And I don't know if is that bold?
I don't know. Don't you expect a little more out of Oregon than that?
I mean, they're starting at number 11, and they play Georgia first. So you're going to lose there, which is going to drop you to 16. So there's not much more before you get to the thread to grab onto to be hanging on a thread. Would take one more loss, and then you'd be near the bottom.
Yeah, and they've got BYU in week 3.
Yeah.
So if they start out, start out 1 and 2.
They're out of the top 25 at that point.
Number 14, Notre Dame finishes outside the top 15.
I agree.
I would agree with that too.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that's bold either. It's Notre Dame feels like that's everyone pointed at Notre Dame saying that may be the most over-ranked team in the first AP poll.
Yeah, and a lot of people said that might be the top 10 team that actually falls completely out of the poll.
Number 11, Clemson's 35-game home win streak ends.
Well, they get NC State there.
NC State, Miami, Louisville, South Carolina, the ones you'd have to look at right there.
I could see that.
I mean, if you like NC State as much as you do,
if it's not NC State, then who though?
Any of those teams.
Louisville
would surprise me.
Louisville's going to be much better this year.
You think so?
Yeah, I really do.
Everybody can't be good, but okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, when I say much better, I think they're a 7-8 win team. But
you really do not get that kind of insight on other shows.
What, Louisville? What? Not everybody can be good.
Not everybody can be good.
Well, that's true though. I like you pointing it out occasionally.
South Carolina's not going to beat them.
I think it'd be NC State or Miami. I think that'd be your two candidates.
Miami's in Death Valley?
It is in Death Valley,
okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Week before they play Carolina, too.
Possible. Carolina could be sneaky.
I would just say this. Yeah. So
not everybody can be good, but Carolina
South Carolina is better right now than they were 3 years ago, right? There's no doubt.
Yeah.
Why 3 years ago? Why are you saying 3? Was that a good team?
You're making a point.
I'm making a point.
Okay.
South Carolina beat Georgia 3 years ago.
That is right.
So I'm just saying, South Carolina right now, if everything, plus 2 or 3 in turnovers, they could win that game.
These are Brad Crawford's 22 bowl predictions. We're not doing all 22. For 2022, he's with 24/7 Sports. Number 10, Tennessee snaps 2 streaks. Now, here are the streaks he's talking about. They've lost at least 5 or more consecutive games against these schools. Florida, LSU, Alabama, or Georgia, they end 2 of those streaks. I mean, Florida, LSU would be your 2 obvious ones, right?
So he didn't tell us which 2 he thinks
No,
they
he just says they end 2 of those. Now, they play at LSU. I think that Florida game, I think it's in Knoxville.
I think they beat Alabama this year.
You got them beating Alabama. They might snap 3.
I think that's Alabama's 1 loss.
Wow.
It's a tricky game coming off Texas A&M. It's at Neyland Stadium.
It is. It's going to happen at some point. Prediction number 6, Arkansas, not Texas A&M, is the SEC West runner-up.
Boy, I mean, if they are Sam Pittman, we got to start putting him in an elite class.
No doubt.
Because,
Arkansas,
to me, with that schedule, is
hardest schedule in America, probably.
Yeah, they could win 8 or 9 games, but they could win 5 or 6 games.
Yeah. That's a tough schedule for them.
They play Georgia?
I think they do. I think Arkansas does play Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, Dunaway. It is not an easy schedule for them. Not at all. Let's see. Prediction. We're going to go to prediction here. That was number 6. We'll go to number 5. Dylan Gabriel, Big 12 Player of the Year.
Quarterback of Oklahoma. That's a good place to start usually.
Yeah. Well, if he is, they win the Big 12, and there's a chance Oklahoma outside shot at college football playoff.
I mean, they are the Big 12 usually, Oklahoma, and with that offense, Jeff Levy, Dylan Gabriel. What we've seen from him at UCF, I like that pick.
Number 4, Lincoln Riley, Pac-12 Coach of the Year.
Oh, I hope.
I mean, the way everyone's painted the expectations at around 8 wins, if he gets 9 or 10, he's going to get the vote, right?
Well,
only way it's not is if Kyle Whittingham wins the league and is in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the only way.
Number 3, and this is actually kind of bold, even though he's the favorite because the favorite never wins it. C.J. Stroud wins the Heisman Trophy. I mean, it's so easy to say it right now, but the favorite never does this hardly.
Yep. But I like C.J. Stroud.
I know you do, and it's always easy to like the favorite, but
people forget he's the favorite. But yes,
I know, but it's just hard. I don't know why.
I mean, if I had to place money on a Monopoly board to say, okay, I think that he wins,
you go C.J. Stroud.
I go C.J. Stroud. Yes.
Number 2, Michigan finishes a game short of the playoff. Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports, says Michigan is right back in this thing. And then they lose to Ohio State in the game, and that's what keeps them out of the playoffs.
Well, Easy Peasy thinks they lose 4 games, he said at the party the other night.
That's a bold prediction.
Our friend
there.
Charlie, who's a big Michigan guy, he thinks the schedule sets up for what Brad is talking about, that they're right back into the conversation. I don't know why they keep – I mean, that quarterback battle continues to – you name a starter, last year, but there's still always that other quarterback. I don't know why it always ends up being where they are in that quarterback situation at Michigan. I think Michigan has a good year because of their schedule, but I don't think they're as good as they were last year. You?
I don't think they're as good as they were.
But they could be a one-loss team going into the Ohio State game and be right in the playoff hunt and then lose to Ohio State.
To me, really the only difficult game they've got is at Iowa.
Is Michigan State in Ann Arbor or East Lansing?
It's in Ann Arbor.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be favored they might even be favored against Iowa. It'll be close to a pick in every game but Ohio State. I think they win 10 games.
Yeah.
That'd
keep you in it late.
If they're 10-1 in that other game, I mean, they're right in the middle of the playoff hunt, and that'd be huge for Harbaugh. And the final bowl prediction for 2022, he did 22 of them. Brad Crawford, 24/7 Sports. Alabama and Georgia lose a regular season game.
I agree. Georgia's going to lose to Mississippi State. Alabama's losing to Tennessee.
Mississippi State, you're going to be on that one. I can sense it already.
Yep.
Lance's lock that Saturday is going to be Mississippi State catching whatever they're catching.
6.5,
7. You think that's what it'll be?
Bigger than that.
Bigger?
So yeah, it depends on how Georgia. If Georgia goes out, I mean, week 1 they're going to blow the doors off Oregon, and if they play like they played last year, it'll probably be double digits even on the road.
24/7 for Brad Crawford. See why he thinks all that and all of his other bold predictions there is it's game week now on the show as we get ready for football. Being brought to you today by our friends at the Urology Centers of Alabama, getting you ready for good health this football season as well.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait on that one, Dunaway.
All right. Much more coming up from Urology Centers a little bit later on and on the show. Back in a moment right here on TNR.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at New Life Art. Daniel A. Moore has completed his original full-color oil painting honoring Bryce Young, Alabama's 4th Heisman Trophy winner. This painting depicts the memorable Heisman-worthy go-ahead pinpoint pass to John Mechie in the corner of the end zone as the Tide dismantled the vaunted Georgia defense in the SEC championship game this past year. Use code TNR for 15% off. You can order online at danielmooreart.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champy'schicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The much anticipated Medical Minute today brought to you by the great folks at the Urology Center of Alabama.
Yeah, hey guys, have you been feeling more tired than usual? Maybe you're lacking that feeling of drive or motivation to, quote, get the job done, shall we say? Well, you're not alone. Men between 40 and 64 commonly experience low testosterone for a variety of reasons, but luckily our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama are here to help. For those who qualify, the board-certified urologist at UCA offer an innovative testosterone replacement therapy treatment program that can reduce your fatigue and get you back in your groove. Most men who have experienced this revolutionary treatment claimed an improvement in most symptoms within 4 to 6 weeks alone, while a noticeable return in muscle mass can take between 3 and 6 months. Gentlemen, contact the UCA Men's Health Center and ask if testosterone therapy is right for you. Schedule an appointment by visiting UCAMen'sHealthCenter.com or call 205-930-0920 today.
Goose says Mississippi State, LOL. Zach losing to Tennessee. Come on. Those are LT's predictions. Guarantee Friday coming up on Friday, this Friday. We'll tell you tomorrow how you can start getting your 3 guarantees in before Friday so you can plan ahead. Paul wants to know, have we announced our NIL deals for the upcoming football season? We haven't yet. Stay tuned. Coming soon. We'll let you know about that. And then Goose says, I don't know if they've announced student reporters on campus yet. Don't know if we're going to do student reporters this year yet or not. It was a great way to launch last year. Ended up being a lot of work for Jimmy America on Fridays.
Interesting.
Or Thursday afternoons or Fridays.
A little extra work for you.
Yeah, but Jack Poole's going to do some stuff for us.
So we got Jack in Tuscaloosa going to do some stuff.
Yeah.
Our former intern's going to be over there on campus. But I don't know yet what else we have planned there on that front. No Goose. We did not blow our entire NIL budget at the Floribama.
Just a half of it.
We did spend a lot of money there, though.
No, I actually, this is how long I was there. I got my Amex statement from last month on Friday, and it had half of my Floribama charges on there.
Half of them?
Yeah. So now I get to wait for next month with the other half.
Yeah.
And trust me, I was worse on the back half of the week because I didn't have show on Friday, Saturday.
Dear Mr. Taylor, have you moved to Orange Beach, Alabama? Sincerely, American Express.
I'm a little surprised American Express didn't call me.
Yeah, I am
somebody's
too.
eating at the yacht club every night.
Did you guys see? I like some of the NIL deals we're getting now. This is the way I thought it would be. Like we saw, the Hooters.
Yeah, it is a little different this year.
And all of that. Fanville with Bryce. Did you see the potato chip one, Forrester? In Missouri, Luther Burden, a big player from Missouri, is part of here's his bag of chips. He's on a bag of chips, Luther Burden. It's from the Old Vienna of St. Louis Chip Company, honey barbecue with a little heat there. Luther Burden is on a bag of chips.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I thought this is what it would look like, more like Dakotas Crawford doing air conditioners in Nebraska. Bijan Robinson doing Bijan mustard instead of Dijon mustard.
Yep.
And now this cat doing a bag of chips.
Yeah, I think what's the famous Texas grocery store chain?
Hy-Vee?
I think that's it. That's
How
where
about that? I got that on the first guess.
That's where it's the Bijan mustard is being shown.
What is a riplet?
I don't know, Lance. I've never had one.
I think it's what you do after you eat a bag of chips.
Hey.
Yeah.
No, but I'm really wondering, is it really chips or a red hot riplet?
Red hot riplets. Honey barbecue red hot riplets. I don't know. They sound good. I'd eat the heck out of them.
Let me Google.
I'd give them a shot.
Google. What is a riplet?
It's a red hot riplet, Jim. Old Vienna, St. Louis does them.
Boy, that took I've never seen Google.
Google's like, I don't even know, Jim.
Well, first of all, it says, do you mean triplet?
Nope.
I do not mean
Rockstar's got the package.
What do you like better, the triplets or the riplets?
A riplet is a kind of spicy potato chip sold in St. Louis, Missouri. Red hot riplets are a ridged out chip covered with hot chili pepper and sweet barbecue powdered seasening.
Heck yeah.
The label describes the flavoring as St. Louis-style hot sauce. Old Vienna Snack Food Company distributes the riplets.
I'd eat the heck out of those.
Could I get 2 battered breast chicken, surround those bastards
That's the
with some chips?
shittiest presentation I've ever seen.
And you better give me a fork. I want some nice tines on that fork.
I mean, that is ridiculous.
Things with some chips.
You got to put some barbecue sauce on that plate, right?
Yes, or something.
So they were like, we can't call them ruffles. Let's call them riplets.
That's right. That's close enough. That won't get us sued.
Those look more like the home chips, though. Like
they look good.
The house made.
Yeah.
No, I would definitely.
No, I'd eat the heck out of them.
Yeah. So that's the deal he has going there. When we come back on the show, some upsets. Are you ready to pick any upsets yet? What day?
Upset alert.
We do that on Tuesdays, right?
Yeah.
Mike Farrell, who writes for Rivals, has 5 upsets that could happen to the top 5 teams in the country. LT has already called Alabama is Tennessee, Georgia is Mississippi State. Alabama, Ohio State, Georgia, Clemson, and Notre Dame. Possible upsets from Mike Farrell coming up on the other side today after I tell you about the great folks at Storm Restoration Roofing. That's where you find my buddy Greg Nelson. Greg from Pell City, great father and a great man who wants to take care of your family. He does that in a variety of ways, but it starts with helping to protect your biggest investment, most likely your home, the place that protects your family. He wants to protect your family with a great roof. At Storm Restoration Roofing, he's A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau. He gives you great pricing, honest work. Insurance companies trust him, and he wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Absolutely free, no obligation, by calling 205-542-3531. 205-542-3531. Pressure wash that metal roof, seal up any water problems. He will give you a great job on your roof to protect you. If you had storm damage, he'll take care of you as well. Keep the number on standby. Next time a storm blows through, you have damage, call Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing. 205-542-3531 for that free no-cost inspection, or simply Greg from Pell City on Facebook in Storm Restoration Roofing.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Fire damage to your home or business is something you never want to consider. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. But in the horrible event it happens, Dry Tech is here to help. They respond quickly and will reply to you within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They're working for you, the customer, not the insurance company. They've got 5 crews ready to go 24/7. Don't call the insurance company first. Call Dry Tech. Just remember this website, mydrytech.com. That is mydrytech.com.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Life financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Back with you on TNR. Interesting discussion going in the chat room from what Eric Mac Lain of the ACC Network and Clemson said earlier, our 40 and 40 team. Chris says, saying the Clemson defense will be better is like saying Venables brought no value to the program at all. Riley answers back and says, Chris, that's not necessarily true. Clemson has a ton of returning talent on defense.
Well, yeah, and Venables built that. I mean, they're still going to ride on what Venables has already built for them. So I don't think that's a shot at all at Brent Venables. In fact, it's probably a compliment to him.
Alabama's defense was pretty good the year after Kirby Smart left. In fact, that 2016 defense didn't win the national championship, but it was considered to be one of the better ones in Nick Saban's time there, right?
Went to Jeremy Pruitt, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, went from Kirby Smart to Jeremy Pruitt and didn't miss much of a beat.
Yeah, but that 16 defense, even though they didn't win the championship, was considered to be one of the better defenses
no doubt
he's
about
had.
it.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. So yeah,
Jonathan Allen, those guys.
Yeah, this is. I mean, I don't know if Clemson's defense will take a step forward or not. They rested on that defense last year. Was the point you were making? Lance.
Yeah, I mean, defense gave up in today's college football, giving up less than 15 points per game. And the ACC, again, has got really good quarterbacks. So that was impressive what they were able to do.
And they did not get a whole lot of support out of that offense.
No.
I mean, they were doing that with that offense, not doing a ton for them.
I mean, you guys remember what they did to Georgia's offense last year.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, in that first game of the season.
Well, they scored 3 points?
Yeah. 7-3. Was that the final?
I think it was 10-0, wasn't it?
Yeah, something like that.
Or 10-3.
If you are looking for a great way to get in shape or lose weight and just get healthier in life, maybe control your blood pressure, your cholesterol level, my friends at Way to Wellness is simply the best way I've ever found to do that. Go to this website. Just type in aplanforme.com, It's Way to Wellness. Leslie and her team over there, unbelievable staff, medically supervised, programs overseen by board-certified professionals. And here's the best part about Way to Wellness. There are no contracts, there's no sign-up fees, and you get the free consultation to start things off right there to make your decision. Helped me lose 45 pounds a few years ago and get my blood pressure and cholesterol in line. The website is aplanforme.com. aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. I'll be going by to see them a little bit later on today. If you ever call them up, just say, hey, I want a plan like you did for Dunaway there, and they'll hook you up. Great folks there, aplanforme.com. All right, LT's already gave you a couple of upsets that he thinks is potential this year. Alabama losing in Neyland to Tennessee, Georgia losing in Starkville to Mississippi State. Mike Farrell has his own opinion of top 5 teams in the country who could possibly upset them. Did LT ring Mike Farrell's bell?
Oh, he's got one of them. These are surprise upsets for each of the top 5 teams. He says you might not see these coming, but these are surprise upsets.
Well, if LT's already got one, LT sees it coming.
Not a surprise for Lance. Number 5, Notre Dame. He says September 24th at North Carolina, who today, Mac Brown makes it official, Drake May, because they play a week 0 game, Drake May named the starting quarterback to replace Sam Howell. I think that's who most people thought was going to get that job.
But, is he going to be able to play to the level Sam Howell did? Sam Howell was a little disappointing last year. Really good 2 years ago.
Isn't he in the same family as Luke May, right?
That's his brother,
That's his
right?
brother?
I think.
Brother or cousin?
September 24th at North Carolina for Notre Dame.
Yeah, now North Carolina, with Mac Brown, disappointing season last year, right? And then lose to South Carolina in the Mayo Bowl, the Duke Mayo Bowl. But Mac recruits well. Gene Chizik back on the sidelines calling defenses there. Could be a sleeper team in the ACC, that division.
Yeah, it could be.
The old Coastal.
Yeah. Number 4, the Clemson Tigers. Mike Farrell says, look out for that October 15th trip to Tallahassee, Florida.
I mean, Florida State's a crapshoot, aren't they? You don't know what you're going to get?
Still a lot of talent on that roster.
Like a pot of curry. You just don't know what you're going to get.
Curry,
I don't even know we're going to know what comes out of LSU Florida State. I'm not confident LSU wins that game.
I'm not either. Florida State gets Duquesne this week. I don't think there's going to be a lot you're going to learn watching that game on the ACC network, but you like to talk about a shakedown cruise, Dunaway. They get theirs before LSU gets theirs.
Yeah, LSU will have to do it against Florida State.
That's
Florida
right.
State will do it against Duquesne.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's a lot to ask of them to beat Clemson, but Clemson doesn't lose home games, as we talked about earlier. They've won 35 straight in that. I don't know. I mean, I could see this happening at some point. Florida State's going to get this thing turned around at some point. How far off are they right now from Clemson? It feels like a long way.
It does, but we may feel different by the time we get to mid-October.
Yeah, for Clemson though, if you like, talking trap games or whatever, I don't know that's a classic trap game. At Wake, NC State at home, at Boston College, at Florida State. Back-to-back road games, maybe that plays into it. I don't know. It'd be a tough one. Lance.
Yeah, I mean, that's considered a rivalry game, though, right? I mean,
Clemson, Florida State was for a long time before Florida State fell off. Lance, number 3, Georgia. Number 3, Georgia for Mike Farrell. Mike Farrell of Rivals says surprise upset for Georgia would be who, Lance? Who do you think
it's
about
who?
Who do you think?
It's Mississippi State.
It's Mississippi State, November 12th.
It is.
According to Mike Farrell, here's what he writes.
Well, that's late in the year.
One of, if not the most overlooked team in all of college football is Mississippi State. They have a great quarterback and offensive guru as a head coach. Georgia has to go to Starkville. The Cowbells will be loud. They play them right after Florida and Tennessee, right before Kentucky, the classic trap game.
Classic trap
Interesting spot. You're right, Lance, where it falls on the schedule here. Is that part of your thinking there, where it falls on the schedule?
Yeah, I went into it in detail probably 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. So the classic trap game set up. Number 2, Ohio State. Mike Farrell says,
where is this?
Number 2, he says, look out. October 22nd, hosting Iowa. Kirk Ferentz and the Fighting Hawkeyes, almost called them the Jayhawks, Hawkeyes, come to the Shoe October 22nd.
It's even in Columbus?
It is in Columbus, Jim. They lost in Columbus last year to Oregon.
Please, that's the biggest
A
stretch
few years
yet.
ago to Oklahoma. Iowa is pretty good against top 10 teams.
And not in the horseshoe.
Yeah, and not enough offense. I mean, you got to give me somebody that's going to be able to score some points.
And he does point that out. He says, I picked this because if there's a defense in the Big Ten that can slow Ohio State down, it is Iowa.
Yeah, but
slowing
them down to what?
But they'll have to figure it out on offense, and
Yeah.
that is the challenge.
Sounds like if they have a great game, they lose 28-17 as opposed to 48-17.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yeah. I don't think anybody's beaten Ohio State. So you can scramble all you want the upset planes, but who's on Ohio State's schedule?
Yeah, I'll
You
tell you
just
this.
said nobody's going to beat them.
Nobody's going to beat them.
Hey,
They're that good.
I agree with you, Dunaway.
But tell me who they're playing.
Wisconsin, at Wisconsin. You don't think they win that game?
It's at Wisconsin?
No, it's actually in the Shoe. I
Okay,
think.
let's see. If it's at Camp Randall, then you're talking about a team that could run the ball, control the clock, maybe play a little defense, but score some points.
So we're doing our draft tonight where we draft teams.
Right.
There's 8 of us. We draft 10 college teams and 4 NFL teams.
If Ohio State's there at 8, you'd take them?
I was going to say, I've got the 8th pick in both. I don't know how I ran.
That gives you picks 8 and 9, right?
Yeah, so it's
Classic
snakes.
Yeah.
But if you had the number 1 overall pick in college, who would you take?
I would take Ohio State just because I think Alabama and Georgia, while they might be as good as or better than Ohio State, it's a tougher schedule.
Yeah, they play tougher competition.
Ohio State's road game, since you think there's no way they're going to lose at home, here's your potential losses for Ohio State. At Michigan State, comes right before a bye week.
Nope.
At Penn State, that comes after the Iowa game we just talked about. They go to Penn State.
I mean, it's a tough atmosphere, but that's not even the game they're going to white out this year.
Are they not?
No, they're whiting out, I believe, the Iowa game.
Oh.
Or somebody, and that's not that early in the year.
At Northwestern, Ryan Field and Evanston, there'll be more Ohio State fans at that game than Northwestern fans.
The Vandy of the Big Ten.
And at Maryland the week before the big game. That's your road game.
That's their 4 Big Ten road games?
At Maryland, at Northwestern, at Penn State, at Michigan State. That's their road games. No, I take Ohio State number 1 because of that. Yeah. Absolutely, I would.
I would tell you he had to pick a game.
He had to pick one.
He had to pick a game.
I mean, if you're going to pick
just to make the story work.
Well, if you're going to pick a home game, Wisconsin is the obvious one. If you're going to say a surprise upset, you'd go Iowa, I think. I mean, I think that is the one you'd have to pick. Then he comes to number 1, Alabama. Lance has already predicted on this show an upset.
Well, I don't think they lose it, but that's the one that scares me the most, too.
At Tennessee. It scares a lot of people because it comes after Texas A&M, and everybody thinks that's going to be this big emotional game. Here's what I have said about this game, and I think Tennessee, I think they're going to be 10-2. But here's what I've said about Tennessee. If Tennessee's undefeated coming into this game, I like Alabama a lot more.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Because if you're undefeated coming into this game, number 1, it's going to get Alabama's attention. Alabama is not going to sneak up on them. Number 2, I don't know if Tennessee's built to handle that just yet. Undefeated, Neyland Stadium, here comes number 1, undefeated Alabama.
I agree with you 100%, but they're going to lose a game before Alabama.
They are?
Yeah.
Do they play at LSU the week before? I mean, that's a tricky game for them. At LSU, especially with Alabama on the horizon. They play Florida. They play at Pittsburgh. So they've got some potential losses there. But that's not who Mike Farrell picks. Mike Farrell, Rivals.com, says surprise upset loss for Alabama.
At Arkansas.
That is incorrect, Jim. He does not pick Arkansas either. At LSU.
I mean, when you talk about LSU, there are as we see with Eli Ricks, there are some players on their roster that could start at Alabama and Georgia.
Yes.
So there is some talent there. Do I think you can go from 37 or 39 scholarship players in your bowl game and then have a roster that matches up with Alabama by the time you play them?
But as he points out, that game was a 6-point game in Tuscaloosa last year.
It was.
LSU had that. Didn't they have an extra play from scrimmage, or there was a penalty? Anyway, they had that last play from scrimmage.
They had ball in hand driving that could win the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I thought they were actually going to win that game.
Yeah, I had that feeling
but
too.
Here's the thing I would say, and not that they had great quarterback play last year with Max Johnson, but watching Jaden Daniels last year, if he's able to beat this Alabama defense, it would shock me.
Yeah, but Zach Calzada.
Yeah.
I mean,
the third-string quarterback for Auburn.
Yeah. Jaden Daniels has had moments. You have to go back to his freshman year. He's the kind of quarterback that can be creative and beat you.
Yeah, and look, and maybe he plays extremely well for Brian Kelly.
I went back and looked at Max Johnson's numbers in that game against Alabama, and they lost the game 20-14. So you would have thought, well, Max Johnson tore it up, right? Try 16 of 32 for 160 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a pick. I mean, it normally, to beat a Saban team, it normally takes legit quality over-the-top quarterback play.
Got to stand on your head usually.
Yeah, and that was really bad quarterback play, actually, and they're within a score of winning that game. Now, that was all on their defense, and they hit a big play.
Yeah. Didn't they scored a touchdown on a fake punt, didn't they?
I think it was a fake punt, yeah. I think you're absolutely right about it. In fact, I think back-to-back weeks, Alabama gave up a fake punt. But they scored a touchdown on a fake punt. They had, it's just a weird game. It was a super weird game for Alabama. But he says LSU, he points out it was a 6-point game last year. Now it's in Death Valley. Now, Alabama traditionally has played very well down there, obviously. Brian Kelly's first season would be a massive win for him. There's no doubt. But I'm with Lance. I look at that roster. I look at Jaden Daniels.
Yeah.
But if you're going to pick a surprise one, that's probably the one you go with.
No, to me, I don't want to just piggyback off Lance, but Hendon Hooker and the receiving corps of Tennessee, they could have a special night. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hendon Hooker,
that's what I'm saying. I think
slinging the ball around the yard, running. I mean, he could create some problems. That seems to have more weapons to do it than LSU does.
Well, and I think that's what it's going to take. I think it's going to take a special offense to actually beat Alabama.
Yeah, and have a really special day. Now, can they slow them down on defense? Is there a better chance LSU slows them down more on defense? Maybe.
Yeah, I would say probably that's a better chance.
Yeah, but I mean, when's the last time? I mean, I would say Oklahoma, Baker Mayfield's Oklahoma, wasn't he the quarterback when Oklahoma and Tennessee played in Neyland? I'm trying to think of the last
I think you're right, yeah.
crazy game at Neyland Stadium where, I mean, that's what the potential, if Tennessee's unbeaten.
That was the Butch Jones era.
Yeah, I mean, just think. I mean, how crazy Neyland Stadium is going to be if unbeaten Tennessee's hosting unbeaten Alabama.
No, it would be absolutely wild. And that, to me, that's a bad recipe for a Tennessee upset because, again, you're going to get Alabama's best shot at that point, and I'm just not sure your team's ready for that mentally. I think if Tennessee drops a game or two before Alabama, they're almost a more dangerous team, oddly.
Yeah. What about at Ole Miss?
For Alabama, as far as an upset goes?
Yeah. Lane Kiffin, little fly in the ointment play caller.
I just don't think they're going to be as good now. Where that game falls, because it comes right after that road trip to LSU. It's an interesting spot. Normally, that's an earlier in the season game for Alabama, Saturday, November 12th at Ole Miss.
That's when Johnny Manziel got him in 2012, was after the crazy game in Baton Rouge.
You're absolutely right. I don't know.
Different LSU team back then, though, too. And a lot of hangover back in those days.
Different Ole Miss team this year. If this were last year's Ole Miss team, that game would fall at a really tough spot for Alabama.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's. Bromberg's is ready for football season, but they're always 365 ready for you to pop the question.
Yes, if you are in the market for a diamond, they are your diamond specialist. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established that solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds, as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. Bromberg's also has an extensive giftware department to service the registry of brides and grooms right here in Birmingham. Go see our friends at Bromberg's, 2 locations, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also shop online. Go to brombergs.com.
Zach says Bama had 0 run game against LSU last year. It was basically an air raid team by that point in the season with some of the injuries going into that game. We're back in a moment right here on The Next Round.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories. Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA. By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
I didn't hear that.
You didn't hear that?
I did not.
Take it to the masses, Dunaway. Take it to the masses.
No, I don't want to do that, but choked
Are you
up.
okay, Jim?
I'm
Cotton says in the chat room, Alabama gets every team's best shot every week. They're used to this. Well, Well, they do, but I mean,
give me some context to that. Who do? I mean, Ohio State gets everybody's best shot.
No. I think he's talking about they're going to get Tennessee's best game. I mean, they do that every week now. They got Texas A&M's best shot last year and lost the game. So there are times, and I think, people hate it when we do this, when Alabama loses a game and you make excuses for Alabama. I am not, but you guys watched that game. Alabama made uncharacteristic mistakes in that game for a Nick Saban coach team. You'd grant me that.
Yes.
Yeah. But that's how you lose games.
That's my point. Yeah. It's not necessarily that yes, Alabama gets every team's best shot, but there are Saturdays where Alabama doesn't give their best shot. They make mistakes. They play poorly.
Actually, you go back and look last year. They did not play great a lot.
Well, they didn't play great against LSU.
Pull up the results from last year.
Yeah, I think what happened last year with Alabama's team is everybody grades it as a typical Alabama team.
Yeah, and it didn't look at anything like it all year long.
In 2020, I think we would agree is probably his best team, right?
One of them, yeah.
So it started.
Not a lot of close games.
Everything was blowout.
It started at Florida. 31-29, you're up. You've got your foot on Florida's throat and let them back in that game, and it comes down to a 2-point conversion to tie the game. That's where it started.
Yep.
Now, Ole Miss, they dominated that game. That was the first time.
But that was built up as Alabama's going to lose this game all week long. Everybody said, national people, Alabama's going to lose this game. Lane Kiffin's got it, boom, boom, boom.
35-0. And that was the first time where I thought, okay, this looks like a dominant Nick Saban team.
Yeah, but that's your point.
Not to that point.
That's what you use as Exhibit A on if Tennessee's unbeaten.
Right.
For this year's game.
Handle it. Yeah.
That's what happens.
And then the next week you go to A&M. Very next week, Saturday night at A&M. A&M has been a disappointing team. They were a 2-loss team, kind of like I'm talking about here.
But again, if you're calling for a Tennessee upset this year, they play Texas A&M, who's playing the role of Ole Miss this year in Tuscaloosa. Mm-hmm. It's going to be an ass beating. Mm-hmm. And then they play Tennessee next week on the road, just like they went to Texas A&M last year on the road. That's why everybody keeps looking at that Tennessee game, saying that's a tough place to be.
At State, 49-90, dominate that game. Yep. Then Tennessee, it's 52-24, but I think that was a 28-point fourth quarter for Alabama.
That's right.
That game was closer than that score indicates.
Either Tennessee had the lead or it was a close game going to the fourth quarter.
And then here's where it started getting concerning for Alabama after the bye week. 20-14 against LSU when, as the guy earlier said, Bama could not run the football.
Alabama never looked like themselves in that game.
Not one time did they in that game. New Mexico State throw out. Arkansas, 42-35. They couldn't stop Arkansas.
Yep.
That day they could score fine, but Treylon Burks went up and down the field on Alabama. It comes down to an onside kick. Then you go to Auburn.
Yeah.
Auburn couldn't move the ball on Alabama, but Alabama couldn't move the ball on Auburn.
Couldn't protect Bryce Young.
24-22, 4 overtimes. It's a 10-10 game going to overtime, though. Your defense played lights out, but your offense was awful.
I think it was 10-0 in the fourth quarter.
It was. And then Georgia, you put everything together in the Georgia game. Best you've played all year.
Yeah. That and the Ole Miss game, your best two games of the year.
So it was a very puzzling Alabama team last year. Very un-Saban-like.
But they never looked like what their record showed them they were.
Even in the opener against Miami, that's 44-13. There were times in that game where Alabama just didn't have the right feel to it. I can't describe it. But there were times in that game I'm watching and I'm like, this just doesn't feel like vintage Alabama right
I think it was, it was a closer than expected game there in the second half, and then Miami fell apart. Alabama. I think Will Anderson took over the game.
If I remember the scenario right, there was the goal line stand, which Miami had driven it right down the field on Alabama. That's how you get a goal line stand. But you do get the goal line stand, and then you hit Jamison Williams on that bomb, and you're like, okay. All right, well, that looks a little bit more like I expected. Yeah.
Lock of the day every day. It's been a wonderful past month here at lanceslock.com, lanceslock.com, and Hemp Hill Services bring you Lance's Lock. He'll send one out later today. You have a number off the top of your head how good you were?
Yeah, here we go right now. So since June 1st, free locks are 56 and 25.
I like that. That's more than doubling up your wins.
We're 43 and 22 in August.
That's good.
And 16 and 8 just last week.
That's unbelievable. And you can get that kind of play at lanceslock.com. And right now, at the Lance Taylor on Twitter. He'll send out a free play later on. It's brought to you every day by Adam, Chad, and the folks at Hemp Hill. Hemp Hill Services, the ones you can trust to fix it right, and fix it the first time, and they fix it at a fair price. For all your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services. You can call them up, 205-229-2090, 229-2090, or just remember the name Hemp Hill. Bryce Young, Will Anderson, Eli Ricks, Jordan Battle, all on the first-team AP All-American team. That announced earlier today. Florida, Utah officially a sellout. We've got some quarterbacks named starters, including John Rice Plumlee at UCF for Gus Malzahn, used to be at Ole Miss.
I'll tell you an interesting one because they catch a couple teams. Liberty named Jerry Bohannon. Or is it Jerry Bohannon, the transfer from Baylor?
Yeah.
The Liberty name? Yeah. Interesting. That Liberty plays a couple teams. So keep an eye on Hugh Freeze and Liberty right
Something
there.
I missed. Do you guys know who the head coach at UConn is?
Randy Edsall, right?
Yeah. No. It's the guy who used to be at UCLA.
Yeah, Jim Moore.
Jim Moore Jr.
Yeah.
Oh.
I really didn't know that.
Tough gig for
Mike
him. Man.
Zimmer is at Jackson State as an
I
analyst.
learned that today.
That's the show today. We're back with you tomorrow. Typical Monday of a football week. Next Monday, we'll have a Nick Saban news conference for you next Monday. That's always fun. Until then, we're ready for week 0 right here, and we'll see you tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.